peux mettre ton micro là, comme ça on va j'ai les tons. Comme ça on va. Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us so early. At least it's not too warm, it's too hot, because we're going to talk about energy, you know, energy's choices, energy transition, climate urgency. We're all aware of the problem now. It is quite a significant topic, but there is another topic, which is, you know, what energy for tomorrow? How can we reach the objectives 2030 or 50? So it's, you know, we do have a most prestigious panel to discuss this, because our main speakers, so let me introduce the speakers, even though you might know them, so that there should be no doubt. Luc Rémont, which is president of EDF. I'm used to say good evening, so sorry, good morning, big good morning. So thank you for being with us. I know you're negotiating right now with the government about your strategic roadmap. You didn't talk much, so we will listen to you with a lot of attention. Then Catherine McGregor, who is Director General of ENGIE. So thank you for being here. You are the energy choice. You, well, about a year now, a year and a half. You're 2 years. You're two and a half years. You've been running ENGIE. Next to you, Patrick Pouyanné, manager of TotalEnergies. You know, we have to say that now because there are several energies, and your teams are coming back to order. So why is there a more, you know, more and more demand? We talk about oil decarbonation. Why do we need fossil energy? Then Arnaud Pieton, who is a chief executive officer of TECHNIP Energies. They do decarbonated infrastructures. We will ask him, you know, do your clients ask for decarbonated energies or structures? And then next to me, Sadamori, Director of Energy, Markets and Security in the International Energy Agency. So, with no further ado, let's give the floor to one of the best experts in this domain, Patrice Geoffron, member of the Cercle des Économistes, you know him well, in charge of the Geopolitical Energy and Raw Materials Center. Good morning, Patrice. You have the floor. You got a couple of seconds or minutes to give us tell us about the energy, the choices to be made, the situation, take stock of the situation, and project us as well. Thank you, Edwige. Good morning, all of you. So we happy to see such a full house, because I have a mandate from my president that is to have to recreate hope. But in my introduction, you know, I have to list a certain number of reasons, and I found more than the time given by Edwige, and reasons for hope. Because hope is only optimism of the will. It would be useless. So first, well, collectively, if you're about what the terms of discussion and the level of anxiety in the same situation last year, you know, the very dark perspectives, you know, before winter, will we have enough gas, enough electricity, enough oil? Well, the system held on, and I was part of the board of directors of one of the affiliates of the companies here, in charge of importing liquefied natural gas, you know, and LNGs, and so kind of a Marshall Plan. Infrastructures got reorganized, and today we are able to ponder the situation on a more peaceful basis, and the level of anxiety has dropped significantly. Last year we met when the price of gas was like 10 times 15 the price of electricity. All this is not finished, but I think the atmosphere is less morose. At least we can discuss it. Second reason to hope, and this is what the AI says, or Bloomberg says, when we look at the investment perspective, there are just as many investments, so-called green investment, than brown investments. So what we see with the war was some kind of an accelerator for a simple reason. We come from a world which, before the war, the issue of supply safety was fairly low. Among the concerns we may have had, remember, you know, I've been coming to Aix for quite a while. I think we never discussed such issues with so much tension and intensity. Thanks to Vladimir Putin, those problematics have come back to the fore. France imports 99% of its oil and 98% of its gas. And in a world where not everybody is our friend, well, this issue of energy supply security had been underestimated so far. Another thing we discovered, which doesn't come as a surprise, really, is that even our friends did not sell us the gas as a friendly price. You know, Norwegians, who are supposed to be our friends, you know, the gas purchasing conditions were not very, I mean, they were faithful, they sent us a lot of gas, but it was not exactly a friendly price. Third reason to hope, and again, I could have had a much longer list. Well, third reason to hope is that we are now putting figures and making economic calculations. Of course, these are the Rencontres d'Aix organized by the Cercle des Économistes. So, of course, we preach for our parish and Jean Pisani-Ferry for France. But, you know, order of magnitudes would apply everywhere, but he circulated some order of magnitudes in terms of investment needs for decarbonation, about 60 billion, slightly more, 2.5% of the GDP. Now, how are we going to finance this? Well, this is an urgent question. We don't have all the solutions, but this war, Ukraine war, at least made us understand the need for the payback last year, Europeans, and this is what Bruegel, which is a Brussels-based think tank, European government had to invest 700 billion euros into a buffer or shield. You know, we can't do that indefinitely. So the value of decarbonation and the value of the choices made and acceleration of decarbonation has to be associated through the prices I've avoided. I mean, there's been other energy choices in the future. I talk about sanitary shock, but this is what I had in mind as well. Lots of work shows that the collective cost of COVID has been reinforced by air pollution, which is not a surprise, because air pollution produces comorbidity factors, which cause tension on the healthcare system, which led to lockdown and whatever the cost, which for France means several hundred billions of euros. So when we will accelerate decarbonation, we'll need to mobilize public funds, but certainly financial engineering will need a lot of that. But we'll have a shorter payback due to, you know, our risk nevertheless. Anyway, two little down notes, and especially Edwige was signing me that. So, two questions. First, which cover this problematic and the transformation plans of all companies, that is the rhythm, the pace at which we will stabilize nuclear production and deploy nuclear. We will we'll have renewable energies, gas and electricity, and we'll be able to transform infrastructures to transport hydrogen and possibly CO2. And then once we are in a race against time, you know, against the watch, you know, we have to understand that. And last point, which we probably won't detail, but which should prevail in our discussion. President Macky Sall, you heard yesterday, reminded us that 600 million Africans have no access to electricity, and this is a dimension to be borne in mind when we must recreate hope. Thank you, Patrice. Sorry, I have the bad role. I'm the lady of the watch. So anyway, Luc Rémont. You just joined EDF, the French Electricity Board. You are faced with nuclear underproduction. You are negotiating with the government, especially with the end of the RM. So what price regulation? We know it's a rather tense discussion, almost a sort of arm wrestling discussion. Now, how can you assert what EDF, or the French Electricity Board, is all about? Thank you, Edwige. Good morning, all. First, production is rising up. Good. Ramping up. So far, we can say that we will enter next winter with a lot of serenity, hoping that we could still rely on the sobriety efforts that have been done by all our fellow citizens on the call of EDF and the government, which was essential in winter 22-23, and for planetary needs, not just for equilibrium balance. We need to continue, but with this effort and with the continuation of EDF nuclear production, I think we can, we'll be fine for next winter. Then, time of choice. Well, those are strategic choices for our country for the entire energy mix. The first element, and I think that's a consensus, the need to keep decarbonating at forced rhythm, because the climate clock is ticking faster and faster. Forced decarbonation means that we have to look at all possible technologies that will allow for decarbonation, among which electricity, of course, and especially decarbonated electricity is the one with the highest decarbonation potential. So our duty as an electricity producing entity or utility is to open the way and to go as far as possible in providing, transporting, making available electricity to all our citizens and businesses as much as possible in a durable way. And of course, we have to keep operating with the production means available today, but we have to facilitate the creation of new production means. In the coming years, electricity will increase in terms of electricity consumption will increase. We need more electricity, but there are other production means which are coming than nuclear. So there is a diversity of production means which which is enriched in Europe and with renewable capabilities and decentralized capabilities, which will increase. And we must be able to ensure electrical system balance. Electricity is based on a system, as you know. There could be instant exchange of energy from one end of Europe to the other end, but this is unique, but we need to balance the systems. This should be ensured by networks and by the ability to produce on order, decarbonated electricity. And this is where we need to focus our attention. So this is what makes it possible to produce production at the scale of a country and the European and decarbonated electricity. And there will be others tomorrow that will take place. So in the meantime, we need to keep developing nuclear and hydroelectricity as the two controllable electricity production means and this is the main objective of EDF. We need a business model. You mentioned discussion, they're quite normal. And I will not use the words you employed, but for any operator, it's normal to have strategic discussions about the way its business model, which is the business model of the entire industry, not just EDF. And this will make it possible to have an investment curve which is unprecedented in history. Even when we built the nuclear stock in the 80s, 90s, we didn't have to invest in an existing stock, or we didn't have to invest in networks to ensure that there would be tens and hundreds of decentralized production, which today provides more electricity. So all this has to be handled together in a societal choice, which of course has to run according to a business model and a price where acceptable. It should be sustainable. But those are discussions which are necessary and which are professional and constructive. Just a question, because you are in the long term, needless to say, Can you speed up the construction of EPR, nuclear power plants? We know this is one of the issues raised by the President of the Republic. Oh, man, tomorrow, how long would it take to build an EPR? You've just started for EPR2 in Paris. Well, you know, any industry does well when it does a lot. The nuclear industry, for the last 20 years, nuclear industry has kept an existing stock of nuclear power plants. And last year, when we had to maintain at a high scale, you know, we were react rapidly in 12 months. We went from the identification of a new problem to its industrial solving. So the construction of new reactors, nuclear reactors, is a practice which was limited in scale, has been limited in scale for the last 20 years. So you still need a lot of time. So our main challenge, and I trust, I'm confident that we will succeed, we want to come back to productivity gain when you scale up your production. We will do it, and for this, we have to change our sustainable scale for quick production of new reactors. This is our challenge, and we'll face it. Thank you. McGregor, 2002 was the turnover and the war in Ukraine and the consequences it had on the Russian supply. Now, you multi-car that ENGIEs. How do you make your choices and you assert yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm going to use the expression of Luc of systems, but I'm going to enlarge the expression because it's not just about building an electric system, an electric grid, but it is to build an energy grid, an energy system. So with a few convictions and a few strong choices, the one to accelerate the means to produce low carbon energy and to invest massively in renewable energies. At ENGIE, we did a simulation and scenario of decarbonization at the horizon 2050. At the European level, clearly the energy consumption is going to increase massively by 80%. So we have to invest, accelerate in renewable energies. I would like to say a word on renewables because in France we talk a lot about nuclear, and it's a very important nuclear source of energy for France. But we tend to think that renewable energies are not really serious business. It's good, but for industry, it's just not going to do it. So maybe I'm going to give you an example. At the first semester 2023 in Germany, as in Spain, two countries with different geographies, different resources, the renewable energies represented over 50%. So it is a serious source of energy, and it is happening today. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't increase our efforts, and at ENGIE we are very motivated and mobilized to increase the production of renewable energies in the energy mix. So this is the first conclusion, to complete the nuclear from that Luc presented. Second conviction, we're not going to do everything by electrifying. We're going to have to keep in this energy system. That's why I like to keep this expression. We're going to have to keep a molecule. Today it's a fossil gas. We're going to green it. So this gas that is going to become, that is already for a small amount, but it's going to increase. It's going to become biogas, biomethane. We're going to green the gas, hydrogen, and all its derivatives. Why? Because the molecule brings you the robustness that is necessary to the energy mix and to the energy system, and that prevents us from having a too big dimension for the electricity system, because if there's a day of it's very cold, it doesn't give us all the resource that you need, all the supply that we need. So it is all about combining electricity and molecules, which is a very singular vision that we have at ENGIE, and we defend it and we develop it. The third choice that is very clear, it's a choice of Europe for France, and the choice of Europe and also a more regional approach. But the choice of Europe is fundamental. We need each other. We need to bring electricity when in hard times. We need to export gas. This European vision is extremely important. We'll discuss maybe later on about the European market. It is fundamental that we keep the European market, a European market that works and that will give to the energy system the solidity that we need. Maybe with the last argument, which is when I talk about molecules, of course, there's hydrogen, which is an emerging market. And if you think for 2 seconds about the fact that today we haven't managed to have a shared vision for hydrogen in Europe, while this molecule is just growing, is just emerging, the market is not even there, and we can't even agree on a shared vision of hydrogen, I'm very sad to face that situation. I think we need to fix it and agree. We're starting from a white page, and there's no reason why we cannot identify a shared vision on that. Otherwise, our investments are going to be lagging behind, and I see it already today. I have one project today where I would like to produce hydrogen from a decarbonated electron, and because we don't agree on the regulation, I don't know if this project will see the light or not. And even though there's a very real sense of urgency, so let's go for European vision of this energy system. That's what I'm calling for. My wish this morning. Thank you, Catherine McGregor.
Just a quick question. Today, gas, ENGIE gas, where does it come from? Not but if you rapidly, you give us a...
So we import gas from Norway, from the Netherlands, from Algeria, and from the United States. But proportionally, it's well balanced. Of course, the idea is not to be over-depending on any supplier. And regarding the Russian gas, it represented 20% of our imports. So it's very important to keep diversifying our sources to avoid being over-dependent. This is a big lesson from last year's crisis.
Patrick Pouyanné, CEO of TotalEnergies. Each time, yesterday, there will be the end of the fossil energy, but we look at forecast. Well, 2023, I think there will be huge consumption of fossil energies. Now, again, what are your choices and how do you assert them? Well, TotalEnergies' choice is fossil energy, decarbonated electricity. Before answering the question of the roundtable, the first choice is apparently last year I shocked people because I explained that we had to lower the washing machine from 800 RPM to 400 RPM. But anyway, to save money for the clothes washing machine. But for Jean-Bernard, well, sorry. Jean-Bernard and Luc, we launched a discussion, three of us, to call for energy sobriety. This is the first teaching to recreate hope first, and especially financially speaking, for the purposes of the energy consumers. We have to save energy. Even we talk about the choice in terms of production, we need to save the energy. The French were able to save about 15% of energy last year, which helped the soundness of the system, and they did it for a reason. It was the price. When you got a price which is high, when you start reducing. Now, the question for us, the challenge is how do we maintain the effort made beyond this crisis? And we'll see if in 2023 we'll keep going. So keep doing it, and then second, and in what I've just described, second hope is that when the three managers start talking together, we have an impact and people listen to us, Well, if those three managers who seem to be, should be selling energy, tell us that we have to save energy, well, it's serious, so you are being listened to. So that's the first choice. Second lesson is that, well, you said it, Pascal, second choice, it was made, we have to ensure that the system is permanent. Last year, not only we didn't have Russian gas, plants could not produce, so we have to keep the idea of safe supply, last year and even tomorrow. And why did the system hold on? It was gas, because if we didn't have had the gas gas-fired electrical power plants. Well, without the gas-fired power plants, the system would have failed. So we have to keep this in mind. It is, of course, and the second answer to energy, it's local energy, nuclear, renewable energy, biogases, but always keep in mind this and keep this in mind, and in this mix we'll always need fossil energy. Third lesson, third choice, which struck me last year, you said it, Pascal, somehow, is that the price of energy is what drives all the choices. I mean, you talked about the price, how much is it going to cost? So it has to be low. And one of the lessons is that there was a price shock. We know that energy transition will cost more money, despite everything is being said, to produce energy from a reliable system of sun power cells and wind farms and whatever, it will be more expensive than nuclear power plant. But we were able to rise the energy price, and I'm quite amazed, by the way, human beings. I mean, we have an ability to buffer shocks. To when we announced that we'll have the selling at 199 for the price of oil, it almost became a good thing. Because to its disaster, 199 it works. But anyway, so well. You get used to a sort of a price bracket. One of you said, well, the price of gas is normal, back to normal. For me, I sell gas, which is still fairly high, trust me, because in Europe we've gone from a price which multiplied by 2.5, 3, compared to the pre-crisis. And because it is lower than the historical crisis last year, we think it's cheaper. Well, we will have to get used, and we'll have to make sure that consumers get used to pay more for the energy. It has to be gradual. The non-hope of last year, I'll react to what Pascal said. Europe has decided massively, well, I said more than 500 billion euros, but what's a shame is that we subsidized fossil energy. Well, because this is what we live with. And, well, as you said, this is why TotalEnergies, and I say so, will keep produce fossil energy, because this is the system that keeps us alive today, and we won't succeed the transition against consumers. We cannot force them to change their energy demand because we say we'll have no petrol, no gas. This is something that will not work, because if we produce less, well, prices will ramp up and there will be a crisis. So we have to find a fair transition, to find the right balance between the system that exists and we will keeps us alive, and the acceleration of the decarbonated energy system. We have to invest massively, more than we do, in our nuclear power plants, in renewable energies, in biogas. This is the true priority. It's not to dismantle the system, because this will not ensure fair transition. So in the crisis, it was a big crisis. Well, we have to think about the reaction collectively. We should have reasons for hope, and men tend to innovate, and we make decisions when we are about to hit the wall. So, well, the system held, we did that. It was like, whatever the cost, but now the objective is to hold on with bringing it down to reasonable prices.
Pouyanné, just a question. Do you keep investing in fossil energies and in production? Yes, I do, and it's good. I have to. An oil field, the world oil loses every day 4% of its production if we don't invest. 4% per year, because the pressure of price goes down and people produce less. So if you start in 2022, the production was 100 million barrels. If we don't do anything, it goes down to 96. And the IAE asks us to make it at 102. So for total cost, it's a good thing, because the price goes up, but you're going to be upset. So my life is going to be a complete mess. I saw it last year. I'd rather have a good life and make sure that I produce maybe 102, but 101 million barrels. So what is important is the idea is not the fossil fuels, it's the emissions of the fossil fuels. But you're going to tell me, but we decarbonize from 2015 to 2023, we reduced by 35% the emissions linked to the production of oil that we do all over in the world. So methane was reduced by 50%. It's the emissions that create an issue. And then, of course, we're going to have to find a way to produce different energies and to consume differently this energy, to consume less maybe, and to change the modes of transportation, etc. Yes, I fully own it, but I also said I would invest, 5 billion in renewable energy. So that's a lot of projects that are being financed in the planet, so it's not nothing. Thank you, Patrick Pouyanné. Arnaud Pieton, you are the CEO of TECHNIP Energy. When we talked before to prepare this roundtable, you told me this is more an addition of choices of energy rather than a transition, an ecology or an energy transition. Can you tell us how you feel, because you're the one who is building all the infrastructures? Hello, everyone. Yes, TECHNIP Energy is the architect of all the major infrastructures of energy. Our clients are with me this morning. Well, we have new clients that are emerging as well, but we're not producers, but we're architects and contractor. So we operate in different countries. We have our own technologies and technologies that we have under license to build this infrastructure. What is interesting to know is we talk a lot about the energy transition, but rather talking about transition, we should talk about the number of layers. There's a layer of gold that hasn't really decreased, the one of gas not yet, and fuel either. And we add on that offshore, solar energy, etc. So it's the addition of these different productions of energy rather than the transition, an energy transition. We need this layered cake, so to speak. So the choice that TECHNIP Energy made are the following. It's to dedicate the 15,000 engineers of the company, and that's our reason for being, and it's our strategic choice to dedicate those engineers to the journey to the net zero. Which includes gas, the biofuel, decarbonated hydrogen, the sustainable aviation fuels, etc., the SAF, etc. So this is a very strong choice. It was to dedicate our resources to finding the solutions to get to the net zero. The other choice, and Patrick said it, is that we made, and for which we don't have a choice, in fact, is that we need to reduce the emissions. And that is going to go with electrification, efficiency, carbon capture, and storage as well, the good energy and the decarbonated energy that everybody says is a good thing, that we're not quite capable today to exploit fully because the network does not use the whole quantity of energy that is available. So we need to crack that equation of storing these clean electrons and do something with it. There are several ways to go about it. There are batteries, molecule, and TECHNIP Energy is going to be this bridge between the electron and the molecule. But the topic here is not to have less energy, but to have much less emissions, and that's where we're working hard at achieving. Is there a request from your clients? Because you told me that you could do some pipelines that are decarbonized. Does it come from the client's request, or do you tell them it's too expensive and we're going to do this later? Well, I'm going to give you an example, very concrete example. 2 years ago, we signed a big contract. TotalEnergies is a partner in this development of LNG in Qatar. And before we signed this contract, we had 2 years of studies. These studies started in a very traditional manner, looking at the conception, the design of the infrastructure. The client wanted exactly the same thing than the previous phases. In the meantime, we developed new technologies and that are scaling up, and here we had a way to capture the CO2 that comes out of the fuel, the tank, and then so we can sequestrate it in the aquifers. It was adopted by the client. It took 2 years to convince the client, and TECHNIP Energy had to find a way to make these solutions acceptable financially for the client. He may not have wanted to pay much more for that, so we had to come up with solutions. The good news is that, of course, we showed some pedagogy for 3 years with the client, so we ended up signing for this decarbonized solution. And what we can see today very clearly is that we need less to be explaining things, and those solutions are asked for and are presented as options. And we have to give a choice to our clients to have the choice and to choose the solution that they want at the price that they want. So yes, people are asking for those solutions. That means that there's a transition underway. I hear you well. Now, Keisuke Sadamori, you're working for the International Energy Agency. You can say that we are expecting your forecast with a lot of interest and sometimes a bit of anxiety because with this energy wall that we're facing, there's a reason to be anxious. Would you say that the situation has stabilized today?
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry, I'll be speaking in English. But the last year, 2022, we saw a very turbulent year in terms of the energy. So there is a oil supply difficulty. The IEA had to release emergency stocks twice last year. And also there was a natural gas price hike hitting all-time high, almost $100 per million BTU. Even coal prices exceeded $400 per ton. And so that was a massively difficult year in terms of the energy supply security. But there's also a positive element, which is that the energy crisis last year forced the governments around the world to reconfirm the value of clean energy technologies, not only for the climate change objectives, but also for the energy supply security reasons. And so the governments took a massively stronger policy measures to clean up the energy systems. And that seems to be working in numbers. And also the people around the world also realize the value of low carbon technologies, not only renewables, but also nuclear. And so there is a positive move on that. And if we look at the numbers, we will see a record deployment of renewables this year, hitting 440 gigawatts, which is massively largest historical records. And also we will see some nuclear power plants coming back in various parts of the world. So with that, the good news is that if we look at kind of a few years going forward, the new electricity demand, additional electricity demand will be almost entirely met by the low carbon sources. This means that the fossil fuel power generation will not increase, will stabilize. So that's a very positive development, and we expect that will need to be accelerated. But there's also a note of caution, which is that we are still not on track. The CO2 emissions are still increasing. Last year we saw, not big, but the world is emitting something like 36.8 gigatons of CO2 from the energy systems, and that increased 0.3 gigaton last year. So we are not decreasing. You have to remember that in 2022, we saw an all-time high of consumption, production, coal-fired power generation, and coal prices in coal. So we are not yet there, but at least when we look at the electricity systems, it is turning much cleaner. But the electricity is only 20% of the final energy consumption and 40% of the entire energy-related emissions. So that means that we need to take care of all the energy systems, and that's still very difficult. We are seeing the emergence of hydrogen and also probably ammonia, and we need to use all those available technologies to clean up the energy systems. We cannot be choosy, so we need to use CCUS, nuclear, all those low carbon technologies, and also the energy efficiency first, of course. So we need to double the rate of energy efficiency improvements toward the 2030s. So we are seeing some positive moves, and we are seeing the kind of the pickup in clean energy investments, but we have so much to do to bring us on track to achieve the net zero by 2050 path. Thank you.
So much to do, j'ai envie de dire, c'est ce que je retiens, on a compris.
So much to do. We understood that frugality is a good thing, but it's not enough. We have to accelerate because we have many questions for you. Maybe you have questions in the room as well, or you, the panelists, on the safety of supply. What there's still some concerns. I don't know who can answer that question around this table. Catherine McGregor, Patrick Pouyanné, anybody wants to take the floor? Yeah, so much to do. Yeah, I understand your question, but so much to do is a real call for action, isn't it? And we need to put it back in perspective that sometimes we are paralyzed with our story of regulation in Europe. We need to go over this and accelerate. And on the safety of supply, thanks to the efforts of frugality that were commended by Patrick early on, and the efforts on supply, we were helped by the climate. The stocks are full, so we can look at the winter with peace of mind. Maybe, Luc, you want to say something on the electric system, because, of course, there's some links between the gas and electricity. But we are quite comfortable looking at the winter ahead. That doesn't mean that we have to show more frugality, but we also maybe have to ask our questions again for next winter. The additional capacity of gas that are going to feed the world market will only arrive in 2026, 2027. So we still have to be on a very volatile system for the months to come. Patrick, Luc, I am not that at peace, because if I look at the prices a year ago, they are higher than today. What does that show? That there's some people are nervous. Yeah, the stocks are full, but we don't have enough stocks in Europe to cover the winter if we have a cold one. It's a physical situation. It's a strange system. We haven't built enough storage space. So if we have a cold winter, we have to bring back a liquefied natural gas, and the friendly prices, it doesn't work in a world market. So the only way to bring natural gas in Europe is to steal it from others, which is what we did last year. We got over 10% of the world market that we took from the Vietnamese, Bangladesh, and Pakistan to bring it back to Europe, but we paid a very high price. We drove the prices up last year. Let's not forget this. So if we still have a cold winter, we may have to bring back this liquefied natural gas. We'll find it. We'll bring it back, I guarantee you. We both, between each of us, we insure 50% of France, so we make sure we get it, but at a price. So you will all have gas, and you will be warm in your homes, but I don't know how much you're going to pay for them. Patrice, Luc Rémont, yes. I wanted to talk, when I talked about friendly prices, I wanted to underline that it doesn't make any sense, and we made the experience, we experienced it together last year. So the fact that we meet in the middle of the summer at the peaceful moments, that we're far away from the concerns that are going to comes the winter again. But on the longer run, I think what could happen in the U.S. in case of a change in the political cycle, I'm not sure that the Republican president, would send us some gas in such high amounts, big amounts. So there's a specific value to frugality. Luc Rémont, I will go back to frugality. I'd like to go back to frugality first of all. This is the first factor that helps to protect the planet, and that helps us to be less dependent on the third parties. Then, of course, we need to be as available as possible on the production means that don't depend on third parties. So the decarbonated electric production. We, of course, in the nuclear sector, we feed our uranium, but we don't have a dependency in the short term. So I'd like to say a word on hydroelectricity very quickly then, because that was one of the arguments that lacked at the European level last year, because not only France, but all the European countries were facing a drought that dropped the level of hydroelectricity, which is the key element of the energy balance. This year, we're at the beginning of the summer, we have the dams that are full versus last year, and so it's good news. So I'm quite comfortable looking at the winter. So Keisuke, Sadamori, you wanted to add something?
Fully agree that we are now in a very comfortable position in terms of the gas in the gas storage in Europe. We need to inject a lot less compared with last year. So we are in a very good position, but I would like to point out that this is not a guarantee for the next winter, because if the cold winter comes, and if Russian situation becomes worse, and there's other kind of the growth in LNG demand in other parts of the world, then the Europe may need to go through some difficult situation this winter again. So I think I would like to warn against the complacency here, but also the natural gas, the availability, affordability of natural gas, it's not only an issue in Europe, but also around the world. And when we remember what happened last year, so Europe had to procure enormous amount of additional LNG from the global markets, mostly from the United States. Then what happened was that the global natural gas prices increased, shot up to an unprecedented level. That meant that the countries in South Asia, like India or Bangladesh, they had to either give up the electricity or switch back to coal. So I think that the affordability of natural gas, that's a very important factor, but we also have to bear in mind that people's lives in other parts of the world also depend on that.
Merci beaucoup.
Je voulais juste dire, rebondir sur le...
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add a word on the price. It's not the American president who produced the LNG. It's all private companies. We're the biggest exporter of the American LNG. The only thing that could happen is that Republicans decide not to export anymore and to cut exports. And I'm not sure that would affect gas. It could affect fuel. It would have oil, because all Americans, they steer their policies on the domestic price of gas and oil. So if they have resources, they feel that exports drive their prices up, they stop it. So if on top of the Russians, we don't have American oil and gas, this is going to be a real shock. So yes, in this way, elections can have an impact, but they don't make the decision. It's the private actors. Absolutely.
La question du prix, parce qu'on...
On the question of price, because we can't get into details, can we expect that we've reached the peak, the energy peak in terms of prices, or can we expect some difficult years ahead? Who wants to answer the question? Luc Rémont, maybe we can take everybody. Do you have another hour in front of you, Edwige, on the price? No, I have a minute. Patrick said it, we're not going to tackle this energy transition without having long-term visibility on our economy. And our economy requires us to invest. In order to invest, of course, what needs all the operators are here is visibility, long-term visibility, which lacked mostly, I'm talking about the electric market, the electricity market, which is mine today, is visibility, long-term visibility, and the capacity between the producers that we are and the consumers who are in the room and elsewhere to be able to contractualize on the long term. And that was the decision that is made in the European negotiations. And we need to apply it pragmatically. Unless we can adapt it pragmatically in Europe, that's what we need. It would provide more stability and would avoid the war prices, so to speak. Why we're suffering today? Because we have war prices dictated by the war. So we could mitigate those risks and give the consumer stability, long-time visibility. That's the key element in order to really go into this phase of transition for energy that is unprecedented, and to make sure that is reasonable for the consumers, and at the same time that it gives the operators that we are the capacity to invest. Catherine McGregor? In order to, I will add something to what Luc said. I would like to say a way to keep this cost of the energy transition and eventually the cost of energy as a more reasonable price as possible is to have some more leeway. So we need some capacities in terms of renewable energies, decarbonated energy, and we need to invest significantly in the infrastructure so we can have this resilience, this capacity to store and have the robustness in the energy system that will allow us to keep the cost under control. I would like to say in Spain, at the first semester of the year, we did a survey. You know, Spain has developed massively renewable energies. 130 days of the 131st days of the first semester, the spot prices in Spain were lower than those of France. So this is a very concrete example and they invested massively in renewable energies. If we have an energy mix that is decarbonated and a good price for the consumer, that's a concrete example. We can all get there. Patrick Pouyanné, a few words. I don't like to be the guy with a crystal ball, but I predict that because of the energy transition and because we invest less in fossil fuels, the price of oil is going to keep fairly high. I'm not exactly sure where, but the gas price, because TECHNIP is happy because they're building plants of LNG everywhere, so we'll have too much of that. But which is good because then the price will go down and we'll have consumers in Asia because that's where we need them. And then for electricity, I have a very strong conviction, and that's why Total is becoming TotalEnergies, and we invest massively in electricity, because of course, yes, these renewable energies are intermittent because the sun is hard to manipulate and to control. So we need storage capacities, and we don't have those yet. If you look at the whole system, unless you keep a lot of sinks open, it's going to cost a lot more. I think the debate is underway. So, but Patrick Pouyanné, no, the renewables are not profitable at the moment. Catherine McGregor is going to answer you, and Luc Rémont as well. No, I want to finish what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I have the right to. So, but okay, go ahead. You can answer. No, of course, we haven't defined all the components of the energy system. Of course, we need some assets that are flexible. We need to invest in batteries. Of course, the gas plants will play a massive role because renewables increase the instability in the electricity system that need to be stabilized. We see this every day. So but this whole energy system so anyway, decarbonated energy will cost more than today, and I believe that if you do investment, and if you don't take 100 euros per megawatt hour like you do, you don't invest if offshore energy in Europe with 50 euros per megawatt hour. So now that we built an electric box, we have a lot of assets in electricity, 20 billion. So we're going to do 2 billion profit this year. So results. So electricity, we need to invest in it, but you can make money out of it. That's the one lesson. But you shouldn't tell people that because the sun is free, it's not going to cost money. The decarbonated system will cost more than the traditional one. So I think we need to extend our time because I'd love to see Catherine and Patrick getting passionate about electricity. I really enjoy this this moment. Arnaud, Pieton, a message, and then 1 minute, because I know that there's some students in the room, and you heard it, the challenges that we have about the invention of a new system that needs to be at scale. They're still continuing their conversation, and we need engineers, and this is a very important French resource. So please help us solve this challenge. Please, all the students in the room. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue dans cette nouvelle session, la seconde de la matinée, donc, sur un sujet qui nous éloigne peut-être de la sobriété qu'évoquait Patrick Pouyanné tout à l'heure quand il nous appelait à être plus sobre sur l'énergie, puisque nous allons parler des dettes publiques et des dettes privées. La sobriété n'est peut-être pas la règle en la matière. Un endettement sans fin est-il raisonnable? C'est la question qui nous est posée. Je suis journaliste Dominique Seux. Pour en parler, nous allons entendre dans quelques secondes Céline Gimet, qui est l'économiste du Cercle des économistes, qui est professeur à Sciences Po Aix, donc qui joue à domicile, si je puis dire. À côté d'elle, nous avons Pierre Grabegna, qui est directeur général aujourd'hui du mécanisme européen de stabilité et qui a été auparavant, pendant 7 ou 8 ans, ministre des Finances du Luxembourg. À côté de lui, Sarah Carlson, qui est vice-présidente de Moody's. Évidemment, il y aura les questions sur la dette publique française. Puis Daniel Biarneix, bonjour à tous, qui est le président de l'Association française des trésoriers d'entreprise. Hailin Koki, merci à vous d'être là, d'être venu, président directrice générale de Alliance Trade Group. Olivier Klein, bonjour Olivier, qui est professeur à HEC, président de la Ligue européenne de coopération économique. Et enfin, juste à votre gauche et à ma droite, Alain Bifani, économiste, qui est président de la société de conseil SCPA, qui conseille des entités publiques, par exemple, comme la Banque mondiale, mais bien d'autres. Bien d'autres. Alors, Céline, vous avez la parole. Vous connaissez tous le principe et le fonctionnement de ces tables rondes. Céline, pour introduire ce sujet sur un endettement sans fin, est-il raisonnable?
Merci Dominique, bonjour à tous. Donc moi je vais vous proposer quelques éléments de contexte de manière à poser la problématique. Donc je vais commencer par 2 chiffres que nous allons ensuite relativiser. Donc la dette mondiale totale s'est établie à 247% du PIB en 2021. En zone euro, la dette publique a atteint les 91,6% en 2022, loin des critères fixés par Maastricht. Donc bien que vertigineux, ces chiffres sont à relativiser, puisqu'ils masquent des réalités qui sont très différentes et qu'il convient de définir de manière à connaître exactement quelle est la marge de manœuvre des emprunteurs, qu'ils soient publics ou privés. La dette publique, on la trouve en grande partie sur les marchés financiers. Il est clair que la contrainte budgétaire est desserrée lorsque les taux d'intérêt sont plus faibles que le taux de croissance, puisque la dette s'auto-rembourse automatiquement. Les pays industrialisés ont largement bénéficié de ce contexte durant les 2 dernières décennies, puisque les taux d'inflation étaient extrêmement faibles, les taux d'intérêt étaient faibles, les banques centrales rachetaient une part de la dette des États, ce qui leur a permis de s'endetter à coûts extrêmement bas. La situation dans les pays émergents était un peu différente, puisqu'ils ont un profil qui est plus risqué, donc ils endettent à plus court terme, parfois en monnaie étrangère et à des taux plus élevés. En parallèle, l'endettement privé a augmenté aussi de manière considérable, l'endettement des ménages auprès des banques, l'endettement des entreprises auprès des banques et des marchés financiers, ce qui a largement contribué à...
Which contributed to the growth, but that was also a source of financial instability, as we saw with the 2008 debt crisis. Today, we have a problem with the debt because the context has changed. With the inflation that came back, the minimal rates are going back up again, and the growth rate is going down. We even have recession indicators in some countries of the world. And despite the fact that this inflation is more circumstantial due to the war in Ukraine, it is possible that it maintains in the meantime. And this, together with the geopolitical instability, risk of could actually entail the maintenance of long-term rates at a high rate, and that could weigh upon the growth, and that could have actually some burden on the debtors. So the question is the sustainability of this, namely the capacity of debtors to maintain their commitments at short, mid, and long term. It is very difficult to determine thresholds because the sustainability of the debt depends on the profile of the debtor, of the structure of the debt, the institutional context. So we need to see the trajectory of the debt, the pathway, and to make it stable. How can we do that? The first reflex is to think about some austerity policy with increasing taxes, for instance. But we've seen that in crisis eras, austerity is not efficient on public finance. What is the other option? The other option is to mobilize national and international savings and to guide it towards public and private investments that will allow to generate more growth over the long term, more wealth, i.e. more revenue. And for this, we need to guide these investments towards energy transition, reduction of inequalities, human capital, so as to create a new value that will be beneficial for potential growth over the long term. I'm giving you the floor. Thank you for this introduction, Céline. You will take the floor again afterwards. Pierre Gremna, the European Mechanisms of Stability, it's hundreds of billions of euros. It was created in 2012, I think, to help states such as Greece, Spain, Portugal. Public debt in the Eurozone, is it sustainable? Will we avoid a crisis? Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, Céline, for this introduction. And I totally agree with what you've just said, so I'm not going to repeat what has been said. The European Mechanisms of Stability, maybe we should spend a few minutes on this subject because it's not well known. We had actually a gap. When you have a common currency and we do not have an IMF type of institution, we need to create it because we can't do monetary adjustments, so we need to have a specific instrument. So the ESM has 80 billion capital of tools, and we can borrow up to 500 billions on the market with a AAA rate in terms of debt. And we provide it to states that are in difficulty, and that is what we have done with 5 countries. So I would say, I try to look at it in the context of renewing hope. Should we be depressed or not? Or should we be optimistic? So I'm going to give you 2-3 figures that make me optimistic. The public debt went from 97% to 91.6% last year. We were during the COVID era. Now it has gone down quite drastically. We have a GDP, the wealth of the European Union countries is 2% higher than before the COVID crisis. So we only needed 2 years to recover, and before we needed 7 years during the sovereign crisis of 2010. So we were better prepared because we had the instruments that were suitable. We made reforms. Europe was very proactive. We had the ENGIE, we had the bank union. And something that is fundamental as well is that despite the financial problems that we had in Switzerland and in the US during spring, the situation stabilized. The Eurozone, Europe, was saved and did not go through such turmoil. That means that we can act sometimes and we can reduce risks. And last thing, which in my opinion, that would actually deserve highlighting, we are living through a wonderful era because the unemployment rate has reached 6.5%. We've never seen such a low rate. 2 generations were required before we reached such a rate again. So that gives us a good context for this issue. As for the cons, well, we have the inflation rate. That gives us a lot of concerns because inflation, indeed, seems to reduce the debt, but it reduces also savings and purchase power. Second thing, the inflation rate had gone to 10%. It has gone down again, but something fundamental. The underlying inflation, when we withdraw oil and food, it's still 5%. That means that the rates that we apply, 4%, well, it actually is still a negative rate when we talk about the underlying rate. We think that they're very high, but when we think about the underlying rate, they're still negative, so that's a big concern. So, last point, what are the risks? When you have high interest rates, well, of course, it's difficult to fund the debt and to pay the interest rates that are twofold, threefold, fourfold. And something else, since the purchase power is being reduced drastically, we have salary claims and demands that are coming, and we have union movements. And the states want to set it off and to have budget policies that are in contradiction with the inflation. So if we have this during the Eurozone, from a scale to 0 to 10, what is the risk for the Eurozone? Just a figure, from 0 to 10. Oh, you're asking me a question that is terrible. 5. That's what I'm going to say. 5. All right. And I will say 5, and I'm going to say why. That's just 5. It was difficult. Well, I'm playing a very bad role here. No. Because we have a window of opportunity of some years to make things better. Because we need 8 to 9 years for states to go back on track. We require several years before we go back on track. This is why. Sarah Carlson. She's on the right-hand side for those who are watching us. She comes from Moody's. We know the work that has been done by Fitch and Standards & Poor's over the last weeks. Well, how about the French debt? Is it risky or not? Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, all of you. For each of the 443 countries that we rate, we're looking at the foreseeable trajectory, looking at the wealth of the state and the capacity to increase the wealth. This capacity is related to the governance, to the solidity of the state's institutions. To make it short, the institutions of a country are more important, and this is important for the debt. The cost of the debt is as important as the outstanding debt. It's a AA2 stable rating in France. It's a bit above Finland and Austria in the Eurozone. Only Germany, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg are AAA. But it's a bit higher than Belgium and the United Kingdom. In this context, France can support a debt burden that is higher than most of the countries, thanks to its solidity of its economy and its institutions. However, in 2024, it is highly probable that France be the third state that is the most debted state after Greece and Italy in the Eurozone. And this debt burden, which according to our estimates could reach 414% of the GDP, this could affect the capacity of France to respond to future shocks. Despite this very high rate, when we compare with comparable countries, the debt burden is more affordable, is more efficient than in other countries. This represents 3.5% of the total revenue of the public administrations in 2022, so i.e. a similar level as AAA states or AA states such as Australia, Canada, United States, and the United Kingdom. In terms of GDP percentage, the interest payments are in line with those of similar countries. This being said, it is obvious that the problem that this will come back, and the debt burden will make France more vulnerable for the future, and that would affect the indebtedness levels. The budget trajectory over the midterm indicates a rhythm that is very progressive in terms of budget consolidation. Indeed, the government only aims at bringing the deficit under the 3% of GDP by 2027. This reduction rhythm of deficit is slower than that of most European countries. When we think that the country will not reach these objectives, probably in terms of deficit, and the debt burden will certainly continue to grow progressively with a low likeliness of sensitivity over the midterm. France has not been able to reduce its debt in a significant way, even during the recovery, the cyclical recovery area. So over the longer term, we should avoid an increase of debt, and that would entail a budget policy that is one of a kind. It would require strong political will and a consensus to deal with this persisting budget deficit. Reaching this consensus would be politically difficult due to the political choices that it would require in terms of modification of expenditure and revenue amendments. However, without such a change, the credit policy would be subject to downwards pressure. Forward-looking, the rating of the country could become negative if we were to conclude that there's a deterioration of the debt cost and that it has become significantly higher than in other comparable countries. There would be a weakening of the commitment in favor of the budget consolidation during the mandate of this government. That would also increase negative pressure on the credit. We see that it was very fine-tuned in details. If we are to sum up what we understood, well, the first part was going quite well, because from a tax point of view, everything went well. But then at the end, we see some warnings, and there is a possible degradation. So, when is the next date? That's towards the end of the year. Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to questions. So we're going to listen to other sectors, namely the private sectors. What about the crisis? What are the future risks? Thank you, and hello, everyone. This is the French Association of Corporate Treasurers. I'm going to talk on behalf of companies. As you know, recently they've gone through two exogenous crises, the 2020 crisis and the Russian-Ukrainian war crisis in 2022. In 2020, they had massive support from public subsidies from the states and with technical redundancies, and they had abundant cash provided by the European Central Bank. But for 18 months, this context has changed. After the Ukrainian crisis, most of the companies were faced with an increase of their production costs, a slowing of their activity, and the central banks, to fight against inflation, triggered a massive increase of the interest rates. The ECB rate went in 1 year from minus 0.5 to 3.5%, after 10 years where it was a break-even or negative interest rate. And facing this change of context, the principles that allow a company to define what's the adequate level of debt have not changed. The company needs to have a debt threshold that is sustainable. A company that has debt should be able to pay interests, to pay the capital, without risking its operations. And for this purpose, it needs to monitor two ratios: the number of cash flows necessary to pay back the debt and the cover of its financial costs with its P&L. And that has a difference with the increase of rates. And they need to create value. And for this, they need to make sure that the financing cost is under the revenue of its assets. When we understand all these values, we understand that when the operational cash flow reduces because of the conjuncture, and then the financial costs increase because of the increase of the interest rates, we need to change the way we see the debt level, especially when the financial structure is very tensed. So the question is, this adjustment of debt, is it a synonymous of crisis? This is not what we see today. Obviously, we have an increase of defaults. We've seen that over the last months. They go from 50,000, but that's below what the threshold we would know before COVID crisis. It was more around 60,000. And when the Métis, for instance, asked the question to its members, most companies say that they are capable of finding the funds that are necessary for their operations. They have some time to adjust to the economic context. For instance, those that have a PGE, they have 8 years, and the increase of rates translates in terms of financial costs into progressive costs refund, where they renew their fixed rate debts. So we can think that the adjustment of debt could be generated on an ad hoc basis by each company depending on its situation without creating any systemic crisis. This is crystal clear. Orange, but not red. Okay, thank you for all these indications that are eye-openers. So then we have a big insurance group, Allianz. What is your analysis? Both on the short term, can we avoid a financial crisis? We are always very close from a financial crisis. What are the fundamentals? What do you observe?
I am cautiously optimistic with downside risks, similar to my fellow speakers here. So, but I see more yellow than orange. Basically, we are going through the fastest hiking cycle since 1999 in the US and in Europe. But what we are seeing is that its impact to the economy is coming with a delay. Normally, this happens in 6 months. Now we are seeing that it's happening more like 11 to 12 months. And there are several reasons for that. One of them was mentioned in terms of households and companies having accumulated excess level of cash. And there's another silver lining, and that is the maturities of the corporate loans is relatively long, and they are fixed term. So it's not hitting hard in the short term in terms of the additional costs that the corporates have to endure. Additionally, we are seeing still very strong, i.e. low unemployment rates, because everybody is expecting a shallow recession and that it's gonna abide, and still the corporate profits are resilient. But there's a but. Interest rates are still going up. We are expecting the US to go to 5.75, in Europe to about 4%, and basically the transmission is coming late, but it's gonna start to bite towards the end of this year, I would say, especially as the companies are seeing their profits squeezed. The economic growth is faltering. We are talking about 2 to 2.5% growth, which means this is gonna suppress the margins, profit margins, by about 3%, a little bit higher in France, 3.5%. There's also a debt repayment wall. So for all the small and medium-sized enterprises, about 65% of them will have a debt repayment by 2026, which means what we call fragile small and medium-sized enterprises, corporates, they are about the ones that are going to be defaulted or probably going to go insolvent in 4 years. This number is coming back to pre-pandemic levels. It's at 14% in France and at 7% in the US. So some sectors are going to get much more hurt. So when the tide moves, we see who's naked. and some sectors are going to get less hurt. For discretionary consumer durables, for transportation, hospitality, they are more indebted, so they will be more hurt in this cycle. For sectors like pharmaceuticals or IT software, they're going to be going unscathed. So when I look forward, it's going to be, we are on a tight rope. We can avoid this crisis, but there's one thing I should remind you, and that is in 2024, we're going to have a lot of elections that are covering 75% of world's GDP. That's a big number. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And there is a significant amount where the states are quite indebted. They have less levers to really bail out the corporate sectors, which means there is also the danger for a policy mistake. So that's why, coming back, I see quite a bit of optimism in the short term. But I see a lot of downside risks in terms of what could happen if there's a policy mistake, especially from the central banks.
The big risk is in 2025, I understand. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup de vous être exprimé. Alors, on continue.
Okay, we carry on with the Olivier Klein now. We're going to carry on looking at all of the different points of view. You are a teacher and president of the French section of the European League for Economic Cooperation. Endless debt, is that reasonable or not? First of all, hello everybody. Just like to point out one simple thing. On endless debt, if we're talking about volume, it doesn't really mean much. For a big company, if it needs debt to be able to grow, for a state, if it has a lot of debt, and this for a government, increasing debt is very unhealthy. So we have to be very careful, and because we are mortal, and we need to be able to refund our debt before we die when we're human beings. But for other entities, this is not the case. This is very important to understand. Once we have that in mind, what is it makes debt unhealthy? And means that we have to limit our growth. These are a question of ratios. There are many ratios. The ratios, if we look at the cost of debt for the budget, whether it's in the public sector or for a company, the ratios are the debt compared to the GDP, the debt level compared to the EBITDA, or the profit level for the companies. This is an important thing. So we'll determine the fact that a borrower is solvent or that a debt is sustainable based on the anticipated trajectory, and we have to anticipate. That's a difficult thing. That's also the nice thing about it. We can't say in a static way, this is not good or it is good. We have to look at the trajectory. So we have to anticipate, and everybody has to do that. The economic agencies, the financial markets, to see whether an entity is going to be solvent or not, depending on the changes in the anticipated interest rate, the anticipated growth rates, the macroeconomic situation, and according also to the anticipation for the states of the primary debt rates as well. All of this has to be looked at and can be summed up perhaps in a rather oversimplified way by differential gaze at the interest rates that are often looked at, because the insolvency risks are not the same depending on the interest rate, whether it's nominal or whether they're real. The question that is asked in order to get to the aim of what we're talking about today is that today are we in a situation of growth of ratios which is dangerous? The answer is yes. On a worldwide level, ever since the year 2000, as a minimum, we have had a level of debt in the private and public sector for emerging countries and in advanced countries, which has increased very, very quickly. And one reason for that, and that's why it's interesting to have a diagnosis afterwards, the fundamental reason for that is that interest rates have remained for a long time very much below the growth rates, and this has facilitated bubbles in real estate and shares, but it also means you have bubbles for credit, and so over-indebtedness, which is affected when the interest rates change. So we have changed the inflation regime. We've changed the inflation regime after the pandemic for reasons that are obvious. We can see that this inflation, well, the transient part, is if we look at the indexing of prices on salaries and on prices, this is much more resilient and is at a much higher level. This means that the central banks, and this isn't a mistake, they quite rightly increase their interest rates a little bit late. It's true. They're increasing their interest rates because you have to break down this level of inflation that is too high. A little bit of inflation is okay, but not too much. It's a question of adjustment. So the central banks have rapidly increased the inflation rate. They restricted now because we are in a situation of vulnerability overall financially around the world. But if we go too quickly and too strongly at a particular time, we can break the bubbles. We have to bring the bubbles down gently. It's difficult to do that. Often the bubbles burst and this causes systemic problems, and we have to reduce the level of debt. So I'm optimistic because not everything is going to happen in 5 minutes, but we are in a difficult terrain where we're vulnerable. When you have a crisis, it's a question of anticipation. If the anticipations are positive, that's fine. Everything will take place gently. If all of a sudden there's a sudden anticipation and new agreements that is going to be difficult not to refund, but to be able to refinance normally in the future, that can lead to a crisis. And so this means that the companies, I won't repeat what the president of the FSD has just said, but the companies who have a high level of debt have to deal with the situation. As for the states, it's true that France is one of those. They also have to be very careful, and France is one of the most indebted states in Europe. And I agree with what our colleague from Moody's was saying just now. I absolutely agree, but the potential for increase in taxes in France is virtually zero because we're already at a very high level. We're the world champion in terms of taxation. So we don't have very much capacity, so we have to do structural reforms to increase the growth potential. And of course, we have to transfer expenditure we often want very useful to more useful expenditure to increase growth potential. And that's where I am optimistic. It's easier to say, but more difficult to do. Thank you very much. So to sum up, the period is a bit Darwinian then. But a bit Darwinian because we're talking about selectivity of risks and situations. Alain, Bifani, finally. And then we'll look at some questions from the audience. What is your analysis? For the time being, it's fairly consensual, really. In the short term, there's no disaster. Perhaps in the long term, you're not really committing yourself very much, any of you. Are you going to have a more iconoclastic position? Are you going to be different from the others? I'm going to try to be, yes. I think we can look at this question as the speculators do. In other words, when is the next crisis going to occur? And we can ask, as the responsible economists do, how do we get out of a system where the crisis is inherent? And since for half a century, the financial problems have been accumulated. Structurally, we're always moving towards a debt crisis. All we can do is delay the crisis. But the reality is the need for debt exists, above all, to be able to find counterparties of political choices that are not independent. The structural debt of current accounts is extremely serious as well, and the most important thing to reduce aggregates are the crises, but also wars, or massive devaluations of currency, and then inflation is a soft version of this. In the presence of the fiduciary currency, the social economy and wars push national authorities to print money because they don't dare to manage a modification which would be too costly in political terms, in terms of wealth distribution. In terms of dollar convertibility, Nixon agreed with China that they would benefit from an excess of labor and therefore started mass devaluation. So it was necessary to manage the imbalances and make them operational at the same time. And for the aggregates, you had to find counterparties at the right price and a good reason for creating debt. In other words, the paradox is that financing exists, but you have to find the customers. And you remember the subprime crisis and the excess savings we've talked about is present in every sector. The to be able to maintain profitability which will satisfy the holders of these aggregates. This becomes more and more heavy, and it constitutes a problem in itself. But the title is "Be Careful About Financial Crisis." So without requiring any financing, financiarization becomes a problem in itself, and the volumes are constantly increasing. And the crises are no longer accidental; they even become necessary, because otherwise there wouldn't be a ceiling. So the bank's profits, for example, and their bankruptcies no longer are caused by their loans to the economy. What becomes the primordial is the market activities, so that aggregates can continue to accumulate. And the crises become consubstantial to management of balances. This is part of the processes. They're no longer accidents that disrupt reasoned management. So there's no longer a question of managing today to produce tomorrow. With the imbalances between circulation and production, this means we only able to manage part of the debt. And this means we have an extension of deadlines and not lose control. And we know that the exit will be a crisis on the world level. Money is accumulating. The overall repercussions will be manifested by the massive concentration of assets. And this model, therefore, means that there will be a series of shocks and increase in inequalities. The political players try to deal with this puzzle without causing a crisis. So a lot of them won't like what I'm going to say. But elections are an extraordinary invention, because thanks to elections, we only have a slice of time to manage. And you know from history, the people before us were useless, and we don't care about what's going to happen afterwards. But if we give an institution this kind of sliced, if institutions have a longer period of time to manage, this means you are able to determine the management over a period of time, and this means climate, for example, is much longer term phenomenon, and so this is managed in a different way. So to conclude, what I'm saying is we need to have a very profound thinking about a system where the crises are inherent, necessary, and recurring. So the next crisis is on the way then. So before we take questions from the audience, there's a question I have. Maybe you're wondering about this yourselves. In the public debate, we're talking about the fight against climate change and ecological and energy transitions. Will all of this enable us to get more debt at a particular time? Is there a historic and societal momentum? And can public and private investors, are they able to say at this particular time, we have to accept greater debt? This is the idea in France by Jean-Pierre Ferrani and a lot of other economists. I'd like to say in a few sentences, each one of you, to have your opinion about that. Do you think there is something specific that might happen in the question of debt, bearing in mind the fight against climate change, etc.? Who would like to say something? It's a free-for-all. You can, anybody. Okay, I'll start. On the European level, we believe we are the leaders in this subject because of having recognized the climate emergency, and at the level of Europe, we have a priority which is to invest in digitalization and climate change. This is a next generation EU program which makes available huge amounts of money. We have seen this need, and on a European level we have mobilized money, but that's public money. We also have to mobilize in the private sector. One important part of what we need to think about is that the European budgetary rules are based on the Stability and Growth Pact, PSC. We have to change from a Stability and Growth Pact to a Sustainable Growth Pact. The acronym is the same, but when we had the Stability and Growth Pact, we were thinking about stabilizing, and growth would come afterwards. I think increasingly in Europe we realize we have to have growth, and the growth has to be sustainable. And in sustainable, of course, is the environmental aspect and climate and digitalization. There's also the sustainability of public finance. So there has been a change, I think, and this has already been said, I think, and I'll stop here. We absolutely have to have growth in Europe and productivity. And the only way of doing that is to have productive investments. Sarah Carlson. Do you think the owners, the borrowers, are ready to say, well, basically, the fight against climate change is modifying our approach? Is that the case or not? Or is it neutral? Does it not have any impact? I have three things to say, quite simply. First of all, our noting methodology for sovereign debt doesn't distinguish between the different types of expenditure. Nevertheless, the mathematics of the equation for debt are what they are. Therefore, the investments that increase the growth potential can, everything else being equal, contribute to a positive dynamic for debt. Secondly, the governments are confronted by many challenges that are important for the future, and not just the climate transition. In many advanced economies, there are issues because of the aging of the population. This is already harming the potential for growth and public finance. This situation will only worsen over the next decade. The changing in the political landscape has put pressure to increase defense expenditure. Social risks have also increased because of issues to do with the cost of living. That's why it would have been very important to benefit from the good years, in inverted commas, in terms of interest, with low interest rates, to create a budgetary margins by making politically difficult choices and by implementing an anticipatory budgetary policy. Finally, for most of the advanced economies, the cost of the transition to a low-carbon emission economy are important but manageable. Let's take the example of Germany, the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in Europe. According to the German State Bank, Germany will to achieve climate neutrality, it will cost 5,500 billion euros. More than 60% of these investments will be carried out in any case. On an annual basis, this will result in investments of about 5% of the GDP, in about 10%, which is a 0.5% of the GDP, will be provided by the public sector. So who would like to ask a question from the audience now, perhaps? Let's see how many questions we have. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll start with the questions, and you'll be able to, then our panelists will be able to answer. Madam? The microphone is on its way. If you could just tell us who the question is for everybody. How do you manage African debt? Is Africa allowed to get debt to transform and grow or not? How do we manage African debt? We don't have a specialized speaker in that. Would somebody like to say something about this? This is a question that is very complex, of course. First of all, Africa, but not only Africa, but also the emerging countries, for their energy transition, they will need the help of advanced countries, because otherwise you can make efforts in advanced countries, but if the emerging countries need capital they don't have to carry out their transition, if for the advanced countries it's just a question of pushing pollution into the emerging countries, that's a false solution. So occasionally I get the impression when I hear the environmental slogans that if we're clean here, that's fine, and we don't care about anybody else. But that's not going to make any difference to the planet overall, it seems to me. So it seems to me that we need to have a big effort made by countries that are producing less CO2. They should focus more on countries that don't have the means to make those efforts. And so we need to help them. And of course, they have to do it themselves, of course, but we have to help them develop that. There are levels of debt today, it's true, in Africa and elsewhere, that are very high for certain countries. And part of that is financed by China also. So there, China has to agree to participate in the overall discussion about debt of third countries and emerging countries, to be able to think about how, in an ordered way, we can improve the situation. It's not easy today. I don't think there's really any other solution. Yes. Yes, sir. You have a question here, sir? Thank you. it's a question for everybody as well. Today we can see that French savings have never been at such a high level and so well remunerated. Isn't this also perhaps a way for states to mobilize these savings and to avoid having to use credit on the financial markets? Everybody be winning, we would get better remuneration from our savings and the government wouldn't be so indebted on the financial markets in a structural way. Daniel, perhaps? Yes, in fact, I think the question of the savings surplus is absolutely central, and we have to be careful not to hide one thing with another. In other words, have to be careful when faced with the climate crisis, not to use this as a good reason to further increase our debt and paradoxically create a financial crisis, bearing in mind that financiarization is just a response to the climate problem. And this problem, despite its importance, is just a symptom of the phenomenon. And so, in fact, I would tend to say that I don't see why we link the debt to climate in that way. It's not really natural. Before we ask what will be the impact on future generations, we could also ask who is the winner and the loser in the operations that are taking place at the moment. Again, we are transferring long-term views to shorter terms. The climate is a long-term problem. 2050 is a long-term horizon. But of course, the climate disaster is a symptom of the systemic crises that we are in, and it has to be dealt with in that way, and not in the opposite way. In other words, using climate and using it as a pretext for inflating and increasing debt. On savings, anybody else want to say something?
Actually, what's interesting is the companies have had profit records last year, so you would expect them to increase their investments by 30%. They only increased it by 3%, which means they're buying back shares, they're hoarding cash, they're sitting on savings, to a little bit to your point. And we have a 2 trillion gap to fill. Now, you have to if the companies don't move, the lenders are pushing for it. The banks are pushing for this. The insurance companies are pushing for this. The companies that are pushing for ESG and doing their transition plans are benefiting from better ratings, better conditions, financing conditions. Their bonds are less volatile. Their spreads are lower. So it's happening. What's not really happening is this doesn't trickle down to the smaller corporates and also to individuals. And because we don't have a full level playing field in terms of how the transition mechanism is working, and we don't have a level playing field in terms of the harmonization of regulation and the rules of the game to really facilitate this transition. So, and that's the part where the states will need to play a role. So we are staying at the high level right now. We are not going down to the SME and the individual level, and that needs to come for this to happen.
Merci, on continue les questions. On va prendre un peu au fond parce qu'on a pris...
Okay, we'll carry on with a few more questions now. Perhaps at the back? Yes, madam, yes. Do we have any idea of the impact of inflation at the moment on state revenues? And has this been estimated? That's the first thing. And more generally, when will there be a European rating agency? Sarah.
So, I mean, your question is about the impact of inflation on government tax receipts. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we did not see, particularly last year, the same degree of deterioration in public finances that we might have, because actually when inflation goes up, things like VAT go up, in some cases incomes go up, corporate profits sometimes increase, which increases tax take. So that's something that helped to finance some of the measures to help countries absorb the energy shock that we saw last year. These, however, are transitory. And we would anticipate that these effects fall away over time. The question is, do the expenditures that they financed also fall away over time? And if they don't, that's something across Europe that obviously would complicate the path of debt reduction. Across the board, that's not something we particularly expect to see, but the picture across European countries is quite diverse. We have some countries with positive outlooks on their ratings in Europe. We have some with negative outlooks, most with stable.
Pierre, une phrase peut-être, Agence européenne.
Non, l'agence européenne, oui, bien sûr, on en a besoin, mais ce serait faire croire que c'est parce qu'elles sont...
We have to be careful whether it's American thinking that it's because it's American it's not realistic. I don't think that's true at all. The second thing I'd like to say that this short-term reasoning we do, thinking about the benefits of inflation, is dangerous. If we say inflation is good because we're going to increase our profits and revenues, we have to remember that the interest rates and the monetary policy of the European Central Bank is going to become even more restrictive, and we're going to change from a flat, almost a virtually flat growth, to a recession. And so this beneficial short-term effect is very quickly counterbalanced because it's going to bring down growth. And the key thing is growth, and growth through productive investment, especially climate-related investments. Personally, I think that finance has to become green, quite simply, because if finance doesn't contribute decisively to the climate objectives, we are not going to succeed. Thank you very much. We have another question. We have 2 minutes left before the conclusion by our economist. Okay, we're fighting for the microphone here. A very short question and a very short answer, please. Hello, everybody. I'm just... what do you think of the concept of perpetual debt in 2014, where there was the Greek crisis? There was an article that was written talking about eternal debt. And what do you think of this? And we talk about from that point of view, from whether it's public debt or private debt. Pierre. I would just say one thing about perpetual public debt. We can answer as follows. Well, the important thing isn't the amount, it's the debt ratio compared to the wealth of a country. As long as we have that under control, the debt can increase slightly without it being disastrous. You can call that perpetual debt. That's not really what we had in mind. The important thing is to compare the debt to the size of a company and the size and wealth of a country. So, last question now, please. Either the gentleman here, he's been asking for quite a long time. Last question. Yes, I have to say that I'm very encouraged by the diverse points of view, which is not at all very pessimistic and not ideological at all, and saying we have to have rigor. I don't thinking of you at all, Mr. Dominic Sir, of course. I also think that we will have to finance the transition. We don't have a choice. We will have to increase the debt. If that's not enough, shouldn't we then increase the taxes for people who can pay those increased taxes? It would have been a shame if somebody hadn't asked that question. A very nice question. We're a team here. I won't say whether the taxes should be increased or not. Yes, you do. Yes. Come on, you have to answer. There's one thing you have to bear in mind, which is that the investment for climate transition is something that will be done by companies, by definition. However, the companies have to deal with restrictions I mentioned earlier of the sustainable debt and the ratios of debt over cash flow and the operating income, and they cannot escape from that, otherwise there is a threat to their long-term survival. However, public authorities have a role to play to loosen the restrictions. This is what we see very clearly in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, which makes it possible to subsidize investments in the US for climate transition. And so Europe certainly has a role to play there by defining the public policies, providing incentives to reconcile the financial rules and the environmental objectives by, of course, defining a sustainable budgetary trajectory. First, no, so do you think France should increase taxes?
Of what do countries want to do? Do they want to change the structure of their expenditures? Do they want to cut them? Do they want to change the way in which they raise revenues? It's a choice for every individual country to make.
Céline, le mot de conclusion. Le mot de conclusion.
A few concluding words. So very quickly, in the short term, it's clear that the risk of financial instability is not zero, but it has to be looked at in relative terms. A lot of things have been done since the 2008 crisis in terms of macroprudential measures and the European Stability Mechanism. We've seen that the American banks, which were destabilized recently, this led to an immediate reaction by the monetary authorities who managed to prevent financial contagion. So these are reassuring signals. For the longer term, clearly, we have to focus investment that generates positive externalities in terms of the social and economic terms, and also it's necessary to generate international cooperation. As the CNU said, pointed out 2 days ago, there is a lack of investment in the south to deal with the climate transition, and so in that case, debt is not only reasonable, it's justified because it's a question of growth for tomorrow. This will ensure sustainability of yesterday's debt, making debt reasonable. Thank you very much, everybody. Remember the concluding phrase, debt is reasonable. I'm sure that 10 years ago in this roundtable, that's not what we would have heard, I can tell you that. Thank you very much for your participation. Everybody is available to answer your questions one-on-one now. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you for. Please sit down for this new session, this controversy. Please keep silent. This controversy is entitled Development and Sustainability, What Choices for Humanity. We thought what a wonderful subject for a School of Business Management competition examination. So we have Mr. Bompard, the General Manager of Carrefour, the CEO of Carrefour. Then we have Jean-Dominique Sénard, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Renault Group. Hello. You are the usual suspects of Rencontres Économiques DEX. And when we entitled this session a controversy, we thought we would find a good guy and a bad guy. But we're not going to do that. We'll try to find a controversy inside the question to try to see what is of interest to us. We've been talking about it for many years. And we should give back to Caesar what Caesar said, namely, we should solve the problem with the end of the world, the purchasing power, and the end of the month, and trying to make both ends meet at the end of the month. This is another controversy. So we need to make sure that we find an ecology transition, an industrial transition. We'll talk about automobiles as well, but also food transition with Carrefour, because you're the very heart of this issue. But we thought that we would approach it this way. So to start with you, Jean-Dominique Sénard, to approach the industrial aspects. We are approaching a very violent industrial revolution, one of a kind. It's been going on for 150 years, and in 10 years you have to go through an electric transition. How can you reconcile purchasing power, because electric vehicles cost 30 to 40% more than run-of-the-mill vehicles? And how can you manage to go through this industrial revolution that has nothing to do with what we've known in the past? Thanks for talking about this revolution that we're going through right now, because it is indeed a reality. And it makes us spend a lot of energy, I have to say. Well, making both ends meet or trying to survive the end of the world. Well, we'll try not to ask this question, rather try to solve this matter as soon as possible, because it cannot be a contradiction. What is at stake? It's very significant for Renault, because among other things, we've decided to dedicate to France a huge part of our operations, especially the forward-looking added value activities. So the challenge is high. It's a daunting task. But the reality is we want to rise to the challenge. I'm going to talk about cars. Sorry, I'll try not to dwell too much, but how can we manufacture cars? It's not going to be done overnight, obviously. The first movement is to consider what we have in our activity portfolio and to adjust ourselves. I'm going to talk about Dacia, for instance. When we talk about affordability, we have the perfect model. In our car park models, nobody has managed to imitate what we have. We have cars that are affordable in relative terms, and they have this quality that they manage to protect as much as possible. They manage to protect the planet. They are designed as such anyway. And both go hand in hand. For instance, Dacia cars, they're light. They do not generate a lot of fuel consumption. They do not consume much. And they can play with LPG as well. So we consume 9% CO2 less than for a combustion engine car. So they replace second-hand cars. And we see it often. And the cars that they replace are often very highly polluting cars. So there's a huge endeavor to go through this transition. And you can say, okay, but what about Renault in general? It is at the very heart of the issue. We have to manage to sell affordable cars, even if they're manufactured in France, and we're going to make it. If I can take just one example, the Renault 5, which is going to be on the market next year, it needs to be affordable. Okay, the challenge is high, but we're going to make it. We're going to rise to the challenge. And this car, among many other cars that will be on sale, they will be equipped with all the technology. They will even have a smart electric network system. With the Renault 5, we can feed actually a house in terms of electricity, and a well-equipped car battery can feed a whole household if it's nearby, so it can actually feed for the low hours and the high hours. How about China? We can buy cars from China that may be more efficient. We have one from China, Screen. Maybe you know it. There's a French brand that is in competition with the Chinese tsunami cars, if I may say. But that's not the thing for us. We need to manufacture between 400 and 600,000 cars. This is what we're trying to do with the general management of the group, and to create at home a major development pole for e-cars made in France. And the quantity will allow us to manage to reach the threshold where affordability will be reached. And there's another way of approaching this issue which is key, namely the matter of circular economy relevance. We have saved the factory of Flins. It was to disappear when I became the president of Renault 4 years ago, because we transformed it totally, and it's a leader as an e-car manufacturing plant. It's one of a kind. I'm making a lot of tours of this because there's the overhaul of second-hand cars, batteries, everything is happening in Flins. It's extraordinary. You see, even with the new cars coming up, the Future Scenic, for instance, its concept was presented with 70% by 70% of recycled materials. It's considerable. So the model is changing, but I want to say that we try to do our utmost to go as fast as possible, to rise to the challenge, and to make both ends meet, but also to save the world. Thank you. So let's have a round of applause at the end, otherwise we're gonna... but thank you anyway. Alexandre Bompard. This matter of inflation and purchasing power has gained momentum. We've talked about the Red March. In distribution sector, we talk about a green or yellow autumn. Well, we've had some price reductions, but this has overwhelmed completely the value chain, the way you approach the consumer and the citizens. But the consumer and citizen, they want purchasing power, they want to eat well, and they also want to have a cleaner earth. How can we reconcile everything? Is that possible? Well, this is a difficult equation. When we see the title, Development and Sustainability, obviously we focused on environmental sustainability, and we understand with what Jean-Dominique said that the industrialists, the distributors, the corporations that focused on innovation are trying to create solutions, and they have done so faster than we could think. But the issue that came up when we had crisis after another is the resurgence of the social issue of purchasing power. It's social sustainability, and it's very powerful. What does the consumer say? What does the citizen say? I do not want to pay the bill. I do not want to pay the environmental bill, the energy bill. It was said during the Yellow Jacket crisis, and we have a two-figure inflation rate in the food area. And they say, I cannot pay for a responsible and sustainable food transition. This figure It's the first time for 25 years that the volume of food consumption is going down. At the rhythm where we're going, it will reach the level that we had at the beginning of the year 2000. This also is due to the fact that high-quality products, fresh products, bio products are collapsing. Clients cannot pay anymore. When you talk about collapse, can you give us a few figures? Well, it's a segment that was going up at in two-figure prices, and it's -10 now. So what do the farmers, what do we say to the farmers? Well, first, sometimes they don't want, and I'm struck by the fact that consumers do not wish to go back to consumption segments that correspond to the world market. They chose Amazon rather than the bookshop. They like Shein rather than local clothes shop. If they have strawberries that are French, but they are higher priced, they are unsatisfied. And they want also out-of-the-season fruits all the time, all year long. And they turn towards the set and they say, okay, please solve the contradiction yourselves. It's your role to solve it. It was presented by my colleague in his own industry, but in our own industry, for instance, we have a lot of waste, food waste. The only way to solve it, the controversy, the paradigm, sustainability and development, we have a systemic approach where we say, how can we reduce by 50% the food waste in Carrefour Group, namely to push back the expiry dates, to have anti-waste baskets as well. I talked with the To Go Association leader to work on waste, to launch a set of programs to solve this equation ourselves. How can we solve this from an economic point of view? Over the long term, we see that the waste is going down. There are new expenditure coming up. We have mobile phone, internet bills coming up. So if we want to solve this equation, maybe we should accept to spend more to have good food. Is that the message that we should convey to the French people? You cannot have both. You cannot have high-quality food and a more affordable food. We can say it, but they can't. If the volume of food consumption is collapsing, it's not for the pleasure of households. They do not want to have constraints. They cannot solve this equation. So what should we do? Well, this is what we call food at transition for all. I'm going to try to answer to your question. We should help farmers to go towards organic food, to have volumes over several years, to do this organic transition, to decrease the price of organic food, and to be as close to conventional, namely to have a food transition for all. And to industrialize it, you mean? Well, to standardize, rather. The aim is not, it should not be dedicated to only 3 neighborhoods in Paris. It should be dedicated, it should be distributed to everyone, and there should be trust in the relationship with farmers. It should be done at a reduced cost. I love specialized organic food shops. But, you know, I see the customers, they're not Carrefour customers. The price needs to go down if we want Carrefour customers to have access to that type of food. This high quality should be accessible to all. Since the 2020, 2021, 2022, we're going back in terms of sustainable organic food because there's social exclusion, because we have problems and social crises everywhere. And the household expenditure controversy is, am I going to have food? It's not, am I going to have high quality food? What about the riots that took place recently? Do you have anything else that you wish to say about this? Does it have any link with the consumption society? Well, I was speaking with the boss of the FNAC, Mr. Martinez, and we were sharing our sad experiences. I'm part of the shops that were very much affected. We're the first employer in the underprivileged neighborhoods, so we have an overrepresentation in these underprivileged neighborhoods. We say it's the failure of the city policies of subsidies being granted to them, and we wonder, why should we subsidize this? Well, I think we should continue. We've seen hell, obviously, when we've seen our shops that were completely destroyed, when we see these young people coming up, and we see these young people being among the rioters. It's very painful for the teams. But do we have a choice? We do not have a choice. Our role is to have a social role, is to make sure that there's social mobility everywhere. Our role is to make sure that we continue to train and educate. Of course, there's inflation rate. It has a link with suffering, with social suffering, and with a feeling of being excluded, as in the past, in the rural areas, for instance. And we have to be careful that the people in the periphery do not become the most part of France. When we talk about models as well, for your sector, there's a stake of sustainability for the planet, but sustainability also for the industry. We could wonder, how are we going to get out of this period? We talk about a social class crisis. Will it not be an obstacle to this transition towards e-car? There's a lot of components in your question, but I want to say that the Renault teams had to suffer also from the riots. Concessions have been made. A lot of dealership shops were destroyed. Sorry. Another point, because this problem will not be solved overnight. It's a more global issue that affects a lot of components, evolution of capitalism, for instance, but we're not going to talk about this now. So, we're not only talking about the change of consumption tastes. It's not because of this that we're changing our business model. It's part of it, but it's not the real reason. We're giving different promises to different consumptions, but regulations are also a trigger to change. Regulations in Europe and elsewhere. It's going on everywhere, and it's not standardized. It's very diverse, may it be in China, in India, in the United States, in Europe or elsewhere. It converges somewhere, but it is different. And it is a problem for car manufacturers because they need to adapt to worldwide circumstances. Something else that is in our hands, it's innovation, the way in which the company can bring about innovation that will change our business model. This is what we will bring to consumers. And if we were to make choices, because there are so many subjects at hand, what strikes me when I'm looking at the car industry transformation, it's the development of partnerships. Today, we're not on our own anymore. We cannot work on our own anymore. Car manufacturers, I'm talking about Renault, we are the center of an ecosystem which combines partners that are considerable around us to make mobility progress. Of course, there's an alliance. I have the honor of presiding the Mitsubishi Alliance, and it's peaceful and it has considerable tasks. For instance, we're working on tomorrow's batteries, on e-cars. We're doing a wonderful job, but we work with all other companies. Renault has created a group of managers with Thales, Dassault Systèmes, Atos, Système Electronics. I think I mentioned Orange as well. Sorry. And they all build up a group of incredible work with incredible talents that are creating tomorrow's mobility. And if you could see at which pace we're going, I was in Livatech with all these teams, and it's mind-blowing. It's very important. So Alex Bompard, we've talked about food. I know that you are the subject of a law every 6 months. We had Egelim Act. We have Disposal Act that was just adopted. We're already saying that we should change regulations for commercial negotiations between large distribution and industrial sectors. Do you have the feeling that the state is is trying to grab at all straws in terms of regulations. Do you think that it's a facilitator or rather a stumbling block? Oh, well, what a question. It's hot, but I'm going to try to answer to your question. I am in a sector where we've known 20 laws in 30 years. To give you an idea, because we are a world group, we are established in 40 countries, I've known at least 1 year in 30 years. We could say, okay, if we have enacted so many laws, that means that we have improved the situation. But there are two ways of looking at it in the sector. Either I defend the purchasing power of consumers. Do I increase the environmental sovereignty? Am I helping farmers? Well, rigorously, what happened was the opposite. We are the sector, the country where the relationship between distributors, farmers, industrialists is very tense, and by far. So the notion of competitivity, of everything is going wrong. There's not a country where we have so many controversies, and the government is not the reason, the root cause of this, but we have a law where we have a 15% inflation rate that was actually favoring inflation. Kafka dreamed of it. We increased the margins of industrials, of food, world food distributors, Coca-Cola, for instance, at the detriment of the ultimate consumers. And I'm in a business sector where we over-regulate, we enact too many laws without any orientation, without any assessment of impact. And we do not know what we should be, we don't know where we're going, and we should include distributors, farmers, and consumers. So I'm waiting for the next law with impatience, because I can feel that legislators or parliaments should have a new idea in the coming months. And we'll have to adapt, because we're facing it every time. I'm saying it with a smile on my face, but also with resilience. There's so much to do for competitiveness. There's so much to do for environmental stability. There's so much to do to protect the ultimate consumer. But for this, we have to think as a stream, as a group. We have to think about the economic interests. Thank you. Thank you. Last word as a wrap-up, because unfortunately, the timekeeper in front of me is looking at me and says, okay, time is running. A few words on sovereignty, because there are a few questions that we can ask ourselves. E-cars are booming at last, but are they not all Chinese? How can we have a full-fledged French e-car extreme? Well, it's very topical, you're right. I've been talking about the subject at length already. We are in a situation which is quite new, which is not surprising, because 4 years ago, when I was appointed CEO of Renault, I had announced it at the Senate and Parliament. I talked about a tsunami of Chinese cars in 5 years. I said it twice. And it's coming as we speak. It's happening as we speak. So, of course, there are too many European regulations, and they want to make a combustion engine disappear. There's a considerable opening done to Chinese cars that are subsidized in their own country, clearly, and we're not going to reproach it, for 25 years they've been prepping for this. They've having control on transformation of metals that allow to create battery cells. They manufacture 60, 70, 80% of refining worldwide. So you can understand how much it was interesting to have this impact assessment before doing this enactment. And this was not done early on. And we discovered it too late. So we are vulnerable now. We have a backpack that is quite burdensome, because as we speak, we are facing this gigantic inflow of subsidized Chinese e-cars, and they do not have customs excise fees, because they are 2.5 less expensive. And there's no reciprocity. And so it is urgent to correct that, to change the situation, to remedy. That's the strategy issue, which is the most important one for the years to come. The war for the future will be the war of metals, and we should think about this. What could be the installation of our battery factories that we're establishing in the north of France, and one day, because of a geopolitical problems, and we know that it can exist, they could be empty because they could not be fed with the necessary refined metals to do so. We do not have them enough in Europe. We're trying to rebuild everything, and we will need 10 years to do so. We're vulnerable, but we will fight. We will fight on all sides because we have no choice. And the message of hope that I want to convey, yes, it's tough. We have a new wave, which is very difficult, and we'll try to rise to it. But we will be able to fight. 15 days ago, China has decided to interrupt the provision of metals, of rare metals, that are gallium and germanium. It's easy to remember, but these two metals are essential for electronic chips manufacturing. Overnight, it closed the door, or it cut everything. So let's imagine that it happens for all the components for the cars. Let's keep that in mind, because if you wake up at night, you know why. But we will win. We will manage to rise to the challenge, but it won't be easy. I have a last question. Will we be able to drive an electric Renault 5? Well, very soon. You have showcase cars here nearby. Please have a look. They're wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning. I suggest we now start our debate. Is sustainable exploitation of strategic metals possible? The main characteristic of strategic metals is to be strategic. If any transition is full of good intentions, there are many dangers as well. It could be transformed into a open in the commercial war. A few days ago, China made a tough decision. It decided to make the conditions for exporting essential metals more difficult. So our debate is also a strategic debate. It will be coordinated by Valérie Mignon, member of the École des Économistes, professor at Nanterre, and a specialist in international economics. We have the following participants who have agreed to participate, and I'd like to thank them very much, very, very much. Thank them very, very warmly. We have Christelle Boris, who's Chair and CEO of Remet. He worked with Pouyanné and Bifani, and she worked with Rio Tinto as well. She's very familiar with the world of mines. She'll be able to tell us how this sector is absolutely vital now, and Remet plays a vital role within it. André Loos-Grug-Petri is chairman of the Joint European Disruptive Initiative, the JEDI, for Europe to take the initiative again in disruptive innovation. He has worked with the Ministry of Armies, he has managed several investment funds, where he spent 10 years in working in China. China is the elephant in the room. I think I'm probably going to talk a lot about China. Maya Chabot has spent 20 years working for SAP. She's the managing director of Europe Envision Digital. He is in charge of developing decarbonization missions using the digital technology. And digital technology is obviously a very important part of the climate transition. Then finally, we have Aslan Chikawi, chairman of the NSV Studies Center, set up in 1993 in Algeria. He's worked a great deal on rare earths. He's also an excellent observer of the challenges and influences that take place in North Africa and the Middle East. Valerie, over to you to lead the debate. Thank you, Sabine. Hello, everybody. So minerals and strategic metals are at the heart of considerable geopolitical and geographical challenges. You know that we hear a lot about these elements today. The reason for that, they play an absolutely crucial role in the energy and environmental transition, because they are absolutely vital for low carbon technologies. One of the major problems is that the geographical distribution of world production of these metals is very unequally distributed. You have some countries that play a naturally central role in the extraction of minerals and on the metals market, and this is particularly the case of China because of the resources that it contains. Despite this wealth of minerals and metals, like other countries, it's not in a dominant position for the production of all of the minerals and of the ores, and mining production does not enable it to satisfy all of its own needs, and so therefore it has developed an ambitious strategy to strengthen its dominant position and put the other countries in a position of dependency upon it. And to do that, it has put in place a vast policy for international development of its companies with a diversity of means used, in particular foreign direct investment, the acquisition and buying up of shares in the local and the international companies, the development of new mining projects, etc., etc. In parallel to that, China is playing a greater role in refining, so it's now the leading actor in the world in the refining of these metals, and due to environmental standards which are not very demanding, concretely, China has agreed to take the environmental cost of refining of the minerals which are extremely polluting. At the same time, as it has very rich minerals in its soil, this refining activity enables it to produce all of the strategic metals and to now dominate all of the markets. So faced with this situation and with the demand for metals which will increase considerably, what should be our strategy for the Western countries? I have identified 5 possibilities, and we'll talk about these later. The first possibility consists in exploiting the resources in our national soils. That consists in opening up mines and or finding new extraction techniques. Recently, we've heard about the Emily project of opening up a lithium mine in the Allier region of France. There are others also. The central point here is the question of the responsible nature of mining to prevent or to reduce the environmental externalities. The second possibility consists in strengthening and developing recycling methods. This makes it possible to reduce imports of metals and to reduce environmental externalities. You know that recycling produces less external pollution than the mining of metals from a mine and makes it possible to have more sustainable operation of existing mines. In addition, recycling usually requires less energy than primary production, therefore makes it possible to be freed, at least partly, from any increase in energy prices. This third possibility consists in building up stocks of strategic metals in order to deal with possible disruptions in the production process and to avoid stock shortages and supply shortages and the impact on prices. The fourth possibility is to diversify the sources of supply, either by implementing an investment strategy, as China has done, or by developing new partnerships. Finally, the last possibility that we've been talking about more and more is what we call metal sobriety. As you know, metals consume a lot of water and generate strong pressure on water resources. So in addition, some materials such as copper or cobalt could become extremely critical by 2050, depending on the climate scenarios we adapt. So this means that particular attention is being paid to metal sobriety and in the support of citizens to a low-carbon transition. The work that needs to be carried out today is important because, in general, we don't associate the low-carbon concept to the minimalization of metal consumption, whether for the decision-makers and policymakers or for us as citizens. So several possibilities could be envisaged. We've talked about considerably reducing disposables and introducing legislation to prevent programmed obsolescence, to show the metal content of products that we buy. We're going to talk about all of this today with our 4 participants, our panel members, who we're very honored and pleased to welcome here today. Thank you, Valérie. So at first sight, what could be more incompatible than a mine and the environment? This is the theme of Christelle Boris. You want us to be tolerated, you want to be loved when you open up a mine. Yes, this is one of our CSR commitments, and I can tell you that this drives our commitment and motivation of all our employees to be liked or loved in jobs. I'd like to come back just to be central to the theme is sustainable exploitation of strategic metals possible. I'd just like to come back to 2 points which were mentioned just earlier. I don't agree. China doesn't have very many critical metals on its territory. It has very little lithium, only 10% of world reserves. It has very little nickel, hardly any nickel. There's a little bit of manganese, only a very poor quality, and it doesn't have any cobalt at all. So, objectively, apart from coal, it doesn't have a lot of ore, and that's why very quickly it decided to find the mines where they were, where the geology puts them, because that's something we have to bear in mind. Geology is what it is, and so the deposits are where they are, and whereas we can reindustrialize the transformation and processing phases, we can't transfer the locations of the mines themselves. We have to get the metals where they are. I'd just like to answer the question about whether sustainable exploitation of metals is possible. My answer is yes, of course. It is possible, and in fact it's absolutely vital. I'd like to start from that point. It's absolutely vital because we're going to need a lot of metals for the energy transition. We do have to do recycling as well, and we work a lot on recycling, that's fundamental. But to recycle, you have to first extract the metal. That's a fairly basic idea. We extract, then we build, we process, we use for 15 or 20 years the battery, I'm talking about the battery, for possibly with the second life after that, and then you can recycle the battery. So recycling of all these materials for the energy transition will become very important and concerns the supply process in 20 or 30 years' time. We estimate that recycling will represent about 20% of the supply by 2030, no more than that. So 80% will still come from primary extraction by mining. Secondly, it's absolutely vital because the expectations of all of the stakeholders, whether it's consumers in the value chain, the financial markets, the customers, these expectations are increasingly high in terms of societal and environmental responsibility. And so what previously was nice to have a few years ago is now a absolutely must-have now. So I would say we don't really have a choice. So now we have to see whether it's possible and how we approach this. I think essentially it's a question of ambition and determination because the technologies and the methods exist. The only point is that they are often more expensive, so there is an impact on prices for the end user, but the methods and technologies exist. And we have to have this ambition at Aramet. We have this ambition, as you've said. We have put societal and environmental responsibility right at the heart of our business model ever since 2018. The central pillar of the Aramet strategy is to be a responsible and company. We have defined this in a mission statement for responsible processing and living together, which are the guideline for everything we do at Aramet. For Aramet, to be, if we have high performance in CSR for our managers, it's just as important for their careers as to have high performance in production and in terms of finance. It's just as important. So it's a question of ambition. So after that, do we then have the methods? And the important thing is to have an overall global approach because sustainable mining is an ecosystemic approach. We are part of a geographical landscape, an economic landscape and a cultural landscape. And so this means we have to pay attention to all of the steps of the process. We pay attention to biodiversity, carry out with the impact assessments. We identify the animal passageways. We look at all of the different aspects of animal presence and look at all the different species that are present. We put those in a nursery. We're capable of rehabilitating and renovating an area, and we renovate the topsoil, and we put back all of the biodiversity, and we return the land to the local communities. We carry out economic development and community development as well. It's very important to have all of this ensemble of points in the ecosystem. Then we have our value chain, where we have to be careful about sobriety. We have lots of digital tools with drones and algorithms to get exactly what we need, not to put back more, take out more earth than we need to extract the metals. We have methods, for example, a technology for extraction of lithium, which saves a lot more water than the traditional technologies. We are very careful with our water resources, so those technologies do exist. Then we have all of the decarbonization part in the processing stage, with the biocarbons and the capture of CO2 and the transition to hydrogen. All of these technologies and approaches exist. Then it really is a question of ambition and determination, a question of investment over a period of time. And I believe that by applying the best possible standards, and we make sure we're always aligned with the best practices, there is a standard that is being imposed in Europe, which is the IRMA standard, an international standard for responsible mining. All of the people in the battery industry are adopting this IRMA standard. It determines the best practice in social, societal and environmental spheres. And if all of the players like us decide to certify all of their operations and to satisfy IRMA standards, sustainable mining is possible. Then we can talk about how Europe makes sure that all of the mining actors are aligned with these standards. We can talk about that later on if you like. Thank you very much. I think you've all persuaded us. You've shown us that technology plays a central role in progress. Another question is whether China has already won the game. Of course, the game isn't won until the last possible moment. So, Mr. André Lozy-Krug-Pietri, you would like to talk about the technological aspects? Yes, I'm going to talk about industrial policy as practiced by China and innovation. So 3 figures: 97%, 94%, and 93%. 97% is the proportion that China controls of refining, as Crystal said, of what we call the permanent magnets. What are permanent magnets? For us, this is absolutely central in Europe. This makes it possible to have offshore wind turbines, to provide to reduce maintenance costs, and electric motors to make them give them better performance. Instead of having a stator, a conventional statorette or a coil. So 97%. Say we have to wake everybody up in this summer warmth. We can say that the European Green Deal is becoming buy from China deal. If we're not careful, and I am very attached to the green transition, we are creating much more dependence to China than we had with Russia. So 97, 94%. These are the 2 elements we've had a great deal about over the last few days, because China has just decided to issue export licenses. As usual in China, it doesn't necessarily implement it, it just threatens. You have all used gallium this morning because it's used in your chargers. It's used as power electronics, which is absolutely vital for electric motors. Germanium is a little bit different. It's strategic as well. It's used in semiconductors, and especially in nighttime vision goggles. China has been doing this for 15 years. So when I hear some public and private players saying we're discovering this subject, it's not true. In the 1990s, 2 figures here. The US controlled between 50 and 75% of production of what we call rare earths. There's 17 elements which are partly magnetoreactive with various exotic names. And at La Rochelle, we refined 50% of rare earths in the world. That was in Rhodia. Until we relocated to, guess where? Yes. In the year 2000, the Chinese started to reduce exportations by 40%. This is 20 years ago. They reduced the exports by 40%, so the prices went up. We had a shock in 2010 that our Chinese friends will remember. There was a Japanese prime minister. I prefer to make that clear because the Japanese prime minister visited one of these sanctuaries where there were war criminals, and the Chinese reacted. And what did they use as their weapon? They made a complete embargo on rare earths. Some of them increased their prices by 1,000%. We think a part of the development of hybrids is due to that, because there was this desire to not be completely dependent on the Chinese rare earths. And now we can see we are taking a decision about exports of machine tools for semiconductors on the 30th of June. On the 3rd of July, we had these export licenses for these 2 rare earths. Deng Xiaoping, who has been dead for some years, had this phrase that he said, Saudi Arabia has oil, China has rare earths. So we can't say that we hadn't been warned. So concerning innovation, there are solutions. Japan has, in 8 years, between 2010 and 2018, it reduced by 58% its imports of rare earths and critical metals, which is a wider category than rare earths. It's critical metals. There are 3 possibilities that we don't think about today to have these mixes in the batteries. I have a greater expert than myself next to me. Today we can imagine that as these are really cocktails of different metals, being the cathode and the anode and the anolyte, also we have to maybe use artificial intelligence, which will enable us to test different combinations. So this interdisciplinarity of innovation is an important thing. The second thing is recycling, as Christelle has said. This is a key point today. We believe that between 4 and 5% of the batteries are recyclable only, and this is a very complicated subject because we're going to have to do what we call hydrometallurgy. We're going to have to use a lot of water, which causes pollution. And finally, the last thing we don't hear about in Europe, but when you look at the speeches by the internal security advisor, Jake Sullivan, he talks about synthetic biology. This is the next big development. We can imagine that a part of our economies, and this will reconcile today with tomorrow perhaps and give us hope, will be move on to an economy of generation. We will produce leather and milk and meat and replacements for critical metals that are being extracted using biologic processes based on nature. This isn't something that is impossible. This is something we have to think about much more in Europe. And finally, we have to remember this is a very political question. This subject of rare earths and critical metals raises the problem of industrial policy and anticipation. This was announced in advance. So how do we get back to having a long-term approach in our economies? The phenomenal thing, we see that with COVID, and is that the authoritarian countries have a long-term vision for very bad reasons. I think the real enemy for our humanist values is the Chinese Communist Party, not the country, but the Chinese Communist Party within China. That's something we have to fight against. But we shouldn't allow this party to control long-term thinking and to also have the monopoly on short-term agility. In Europe also, whenever there's a problem, we create a fund. We have to implement this money and use this money. I remember the fund of 750 million euros that we created just after the COVID crisis, May 2020. Only 20% of that was invested. That's a complete scandal. And now people want to get more money. So we have to be much more demanding on the execution of our investment. Although I respect the decisions of certain French and German and European policymakers, behind the great speeches, it gives the impression we take action. It takes away the feeling of urgency. We have to be much more attentive to our execution. And the last thing is the cost of afterwards. We are trying to invest in subjects which are too risky and too long-term for the private sector. And that's where the state has to play a role. First of all, we have to give a vision, once more, a societal vision. I don't think anybody gets excited about creating rare earths or quantum computers. It has to be explained. It has to be a project for society. President Kennedy, when he was talking about the moon launch in '62, he said, a very simple objective. He said, we're putting somebody on the moon before the end of the decade, and we're getting him back in good health. And there were 10,000 industrial projects were built around that project. That's what's missing from us for rare earths. What made it possible to synthesize them was the Mannatal project. And the last thing I wanted to say, we're all a bit schizophrenic. I love to listen to people who are very liberal in their points of view, saying we have to do more, but after that they turn to the state. I'd also like to talk to the entrepreneurs and the SMEs, and I say to them, of course, we can hope that we'll have a state and a European Commission that is more agile and looking further ahead, but it's also up to us, as in education and also in research. It's up to civil society to mobilize itself and to show the way as well. And we shouldn't all wait for a solution to be provided by a centralized state or European Union. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. This was impressive. this figure. Just 20% spent. I've heard it. This was actually the most interesting thing that I've heard for quite some time. Mr. Chugo, would you rather talk about the raw material value chain safety, right? Yes. I'm talking from the industrial point of view. By 2035, there will be no combustion engine purchase, so we need alternatives. That will be e-cars, but we're also working on hydrogen cars, hydrogen-powered cars. So that means that we have to manufacture a large quantity of e-cars. There are 35 gigafactories in the world, and there are not a lot in Europe. 300 billion, that's the investments for e-cars. To manufacture e-cars, we start with the raw materials. So that's modules. We'll add all the workforce work, energy, because we want to produce batteries that are as decarbonated as possible, so no gas use. This is the ambition that we have in our group, and to have factories that are carbon-free, to have clean energy, to produce and manufacture batteries. And then for each 10 gigawatt hour, we should have 500 gigawatt hour of clean energy. So a lot of clean energy in the end. The part that corresponds to the raw materials that is in the module represents 40 to 50% of the price of the battery. If the battery price is 100 euros per kilowatt hour, you have 40 to 50 hours energy, 2.2 to 7%. These batteries need to be sold to the car manufacturer, and they're not much more higher than the others, otherwise we'll have everyone in the street. So the issue for the industrialists is not easy. When you aggregate all the problems and you add this environmental considerations to political considerations, the standards as well, the standards that were made by the AT, the RMA, the ISO 14001, 4044. That means that you have a wider array of components, and politicians are not aware of it. And you have to implement this to make sure that you're competitive, that you have a cutting edge. So the value chain is very complex. These are contracts that are long-term contracts. The energy contract to have clean energy, to produce, to manufacture batteries, to have raw materials. These are 25-year-old contracts. So when you have a power purchase agreement, you need to have all the assumptions taken into consideration. Inflation, the energy price increase, so that you can remain profitable and over the long run. So these are long-term contracts, and the political decisions that are made are often political decisions that are frequent, short-term, that will disrupt this value chain and these long-term service provision agreements. So what we should do is leave the industrialists work together on the value chain, and as much as possible, as it happened in some sectors like telecommunications. Telecommunications started to innovate and imagine new things when politicians said, okay, we leave it up to you. The GSM, for instance, it was invented in 12 years, where all the stakeholders of telecoms worked hand in hand and imagined a new standard on which all the market aligned. For energy, they would want to do the same, to have the same type of innovation with smart cooperation. What we should do is to have the industrialists work together, have a financial business model, and to, over the long term, to safeguard their value chain. What is important is digital. We cannot implement interesting decisions. In a plane, you have a cockpit. The pilot doesn't do everything. You need AI. It's with the raw materials, the production, the operation, the commissioning, may it be for stationary batteries or batteries and recycling, everything. We need cooperation. Alongside this, we need talents. And we need to converge 4 skills. We need environmental talents, economic talents, industrial and digital talents. And there's a fifth dimension, which is political. I think politicians could be involved in decisions provided that they were industrialists before and that they take that into granted when they make the decisions. Thank you. Alain Chikawi, it's up to you now. The floor is yours. You're going to talk about the North African and Middle Eastern region, the challenges and opportunities. And how about the situation with China? Is it a confrontation, cooperation? How is it going? Indeed, you have launched the debate. You have given the key terms straight away. Are we going towards cooperation or confrontation? That's a matter of perception. The perception from the industrialized societies is not the same as the one from the countries which have the natural resources, rare minerals. That's where the issue is. We should accept it. There's a reality. It's all about politics, geopolitics. They are the drivers of the economy and not the other way around. I understand the industrialist's point of view, but from a political point of view, there's another dimension. China. Indeed, you have talked about China, and Christel has said it rightfully. China does not hold the majority of natural resources. However, it has control on the natural resources that are elsewhere in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, and in North Africa, in Algeria, for instance. So indeed, to make a transition with my own country, we have adopted a new policy, a development policy for these, for the extraction of these mineral resources, and that hasn't been the case for 60 years. So there was a strong political will that was displayed to leave these natural resources for the future. That's a first element. Secondly, shared cooperation. Well, what is happening right now is to have a generational transition of governance, of elite, those that hold mineral resources. So we have a new generation coming up. But this new generation is not listened to, is not heard, both at once. So there is a confrontation, even if it is not violent, if it's not military, but it's the gist of it, because there's history. We've had history with China, for instance, and China has developed, we talk about soft power. I'm going to use the concept smart power rather. China has used smart power rather than soft power. And that has been confirmed with the pandemic, with the health crisis. How China has reaffirmed its position, as we have mentioned earlier on off the record together. China has is twofold, threefold ahead of us, because it has reinforced its positions with regards to these countries. How did it do that? Reinforcing scientific or sanitary diplomacy during the COVID era to reinforce its relationship with these countries and to consolidate and to remove and erase the past in terms of history. So it does not have the rare earths, but it has control, indirect control, over these minerals. And I will wrap up with this once again. It's up to the politicians and the governance elite to understand that we have to think out of the box and we need to reach shared cooperation rather than confrontation. Otherwise, it's going to be a dead end. Thank you. If someone wants to react, I had planned a question about efficiency of the European machine on that subject, but I had my answer actually already. Christelle? Yeah, I would like to react as to the geopolitical side. Indeed, there's a lot of geopolitical diplomacy to develop. We have to develop mineral diplomacy, raw material diplomacy. We were saying that China has rare earths, but doesn't have strategic critical metals. The Europeans neglected these countries. China started earlier than us. The Japanese do that quite well, Asians in general. The US as well, with ERA, they over-multiplied everything, and they're going at a very fast pace, and they're catching up on their delay. Europe is also trying to do its best, but we're still lagging behind in what we're trying to implement in terms of trade agreements, in terms of financing tools for these projects, because China is coming up with a lot of cash already when we talk about smart power to develop infrastructures, to develop projects in the countries at stake concerned. And we're coming with a lot of morality and not with a lot of cash. And the African countries, well, they say, all is well, but you have to help us develop. And you can't say, okay, we want to lend you money, but then you need to check that box and that box and that box. And they never managed to get it in the end. So I think that we are becoming aware of this slowly but surely. And to follow up on what was said by Christelle, you know, we shouldn't dream. We don't have raw materials in Europe. We have a bit of lithium in Allier. We have geothermal lithium. If we put all that together, maybe we'll have 10 to 15% of our needs. We don't have any cobalt. We don't have any nickel. So we have to wake up. Natural resources are where they are. We have to fund projects in the countries which have these resources and enter into economic and political agreements with them, because they need to develop. They're ready to cooperate with Europe because it's a huge market for them, because Europe brings about a lot of positive things. And I can see it. Indonesia, for instance, it's 80% of nickel cobalt projects for batteries, 80%. 95% of these 80% are Chinese related. So Indonesia is very much aware of being dependent on China. It doesn't want to depend totally on China. So they come and they knock at our door and they say, please help us, invest in our country, do things with us. And we say, okay, yeah, okay. But you have palm oil, that's not good. It's not WTO compliant. It's quite complex. Okay, we have to stop it. We have to go beyond this. And we need to manage to be pragmatic in our approach. And slowly it is improving, but we need to go at a faster pace. And this is not where Europe is really excelling here, I have to say. 2 points. We shouldn't get out of this saying, okay, it's a lost battle. Why is it strategic? Remember what the British said, for bad reasons. They said they want to get the upper hand. If they have the impression when we talk about energy transition that we're losing control in Europe and in France with what is happening, the danger is lethal for everyone. And there are two concepts that we do not have in Europe, because I listened to commissioners saying, yeah, democracy is slower. No, wrong. The US showed that in 1 year they've totally changed their industrial policy. And secondly, the implementation, what the young generation they call it impact. When we talk about impact, it's implementing diplomacy, implementing innovations as well, because we have to target immediacy, but also think about a hidden agenda, about a long-term agenda, what we can generate with them. And that would avoid dependency on our soil that we cannot solve. So impact and pace. These are two strong words. And it's not speaking against Europe when we say that, but we should have to change drastically our bureaucratic system, our red tape system, because we are having problems. We need to target longer term. Today it's manganese and nickel, but maybe we'll need sulfur batteries. If we have to invest in sulfur right away, I don't know. Thank you. Just quickly, the US. It's also a big danger for industrialists. 2/3 of the 50 giga factories in Europe. It's a big risk because of ERA in the US. For $25 that you give, they give $45. And then there's also the implementation. Before launching an industrial project, they give you money right away. In Europe, it's not the case. It's a lot of red tape, assessments. After 1 year, you're still at a standstill. So what we should do at the beginning, we have to be more responsive, more proactive. During the Rencontres Économiques, or at Davos, for instance, we should enter into agreements and see at which level the politicians should remain involved or no longer be involved in this industrial world, but because they just want to work hand in hand without any constraints. So we have no nickel. We have no time either. It's unfair. It may be the most important debate for our industrial future. And we have run out of time for quite some time already. So it's a pity. But thank you for your input.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to see so many of you in this room, or in this tent, should I say. We are going to try for a few minutes to cope with this hot weather here in Aix, and it's a wonderful illustration of the issue of sustainability. Good morning, everybody. I'm Philippe Mel. I work for the Banque Postale. In a few minutes, I'm going to talk about a very pleasant project which we built together with Project Sungate and the Cercle des Économistes. Very, very simply put, we are here in Aix, and the target of this meeting, these 3 days, is to exchange your ideas. And we felt it was also important to help research into questions of sustainability with our friends from the Sanigate project. You may be familiar with this international organization of stakeholders and researchers. We've come up with a competition with a prize, and we thought we would present here the first winner of this prize, this award. We received 60 contributions from many different countries, all books that are very thrilling and exciting to read. And we are going to award the very first prize for the Sustainable Book Award, and this prize is going to be handed out by our minister here present on the stage. Hello, Philippe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to you all. So I came here to be at to talk about economic issues, and here I am being the master of ceremonies of the Oscars, or the equivalent. I'm not sure that I'm talented enough for the job, but this Sustainability Book Award is awarded to Anne-Christine Duhem for her book, Minding the Climate. And so you need to be a weightlifter to be able to raise this prize up above your shoulder. So I'll just say a couple of things. Just 30 seconds of your time, 2 things. Minding the planet, what's that all about? Well, this is the first book which creates a link between neurosciences and psychology, which prevents us from having a responsible and frugal behavior. Marianne has explored those links. She works at Harvard University, and this is the first book which creates that link between neurosciences and the question of sustainability.
I apologize. So this will be in English. I'd like to give many, many thanks to Project Syndicate, the Banque Postale, and the members of the Juror Group for this humbling and unexpected honor. This extraordinary meeting has brought together thinkers from many disciplines and perspectives to debate and find solutions to the most vexing problems of our time. It may seem very strange that a pediatric neurosurgeon who has spent a career caring for one child at a time with life-threatening problems should be here in France because of a book on the brain and climate change. But from another view, our species evolved to solve problems most effectively as a community, expressly because of the differences of perspective each person can bring. It is in this spirit that I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Circle of Economists, to the sponsors and participants at these meetings, for your efforts, each of your efforts, to find creative solutions to these serious but solvable problems, and to inspire us to action with a hopeful vision for our future. So thank you.
Et vous aurez une séance de...
And there will be a book signing session organized during these 3 days.
Bonjour.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a delight to be back here with you to continue our discussions this morning. And we have an essential question to address. It's essential for us and for future generations in this time of change. Sustainable growth. Is it just an option? And to talk about this, we have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage Pascal Donohoe, who is from Ireland. He's in charge of the Euro Group. Philippe Heim, who represents the Banque Postale, who just gave out that book award. We've got Ilham Kadri with us. Hello, Ilham. She's the Director General of the Solvay Group. And of course, we have Bruno Le Maire, the Minister here in France, Minister of the Economy. So environmental, sustainability, etc., etc. For the Circle of Economists, we have the pleasure of welcoming Patrick Artus, representing the Cercle des Économistes, and he's going to present this session to us, and he's going to try and define what we mean when we talk about sustainable growth. Patrick, over to you. Thank you very much, Marie. Welcome, everybody. Yes, let's start by defining what sustainable growth is. Of course, it's growth which is sustainable in environmental terms. We mustn't emit more greenhouse gas. We have to reduce our pollution impacts. We have to be very frugal with our raw materials. So we are currently not undergoing sustainable growth. Things are going to be stabilizing around the world, but not going backwards. If you take a look at biodiversity, we've got about 40,000 animal species which are threatened. If you talk about water, you know that water consumption by human beings has gone down, although the population has expanded. We've gone from, the figures are quite impressive. So we do have a long road to travel until we reach environmental sustainability. But sustainable growth has to be socially sustainable. We cannot allow inequalities between revenue increase. In France, it's quite equal, but the estate people's wealth, overall wealth, the gap is widening. And I think growth has to ensure an education system, and that's a very central issue, and it's one of the pillars of sustainable growth. I think the employment rate has to go up, particularly in France, particularly in southern European countries. I'm sure you know that an increase in the rate of employment is practically the only way we can hope to have enough resources to fund the environmental transition. And the final condition for sustainable growth is to have growth which is financially sustainable. One cannot imagine letting public debt rates to go through the roof, for example, because that would mean that we would have to cope with a financial crisis. There are many, many conditions for sustainable growth. It has to be sustainable from a financial, economic, and environmental standpoint. We're going to try and talk about those subjects. If we all put them in order of priority, one would say perhaps that the environmental transition must not be left by the wayside. So we absolutely have to check our carbon neutrality by 2050. We have obviously to better manage water around the globe. And those are just there's no debate to be had there. That's obvious. As far as financial stability is concerned and the stability of public debt, if it continues to increase, then sooner or later we will have a financial crisis, and that will call into question the state's capacities and buildings' capacities to finance the ecological transition. In this long list, quite close to the top, we've got the employment rate. This is not an issue for Germany, Canada, and the Nordic countries. It's more for France and the southern European countries. The employment rate is 10% lower than those countries I mentioned at the beginning. So if we tot things up quickly. If we had the employment rate of the Germans, we would have an excess budget because of all of the extra taxes that would be generated. But I would say that giving up on that ecological transition is just not an option. We need financial stability, and reforms need to be made to the education system that will enhance the employment rate in countries, particularly here in France. So we can't give up on that either. So there's a fourth goal for economic policy, which is the Central European Bank's rates, and standardizing them. And I think it's not at the same rate as same level as the others. So we cannot give up on that goal of financial stability and the environmental transition and jobs. We can't give up on those, but we can play around with this fourth option. And I think we will have to increase the inflation goal of the European Central Bank, not by a lot, perhaps 2 to 3%. Because not now, but in a year or 2 years' time, that will give us the option of having an interest rate which is quite low, and that would mean that other policies will be possible. That would release room for maneuver with our budgets. We would be able to increase the public debt rate. If the rate is too low, you have less public debt, you've got less room for maneuver, and that, I think, is the most relevant way and the least dangerous way of satisfying the three conditions of this energy transition which I mentioned. I do not think that we can keep that goal of inflation. That's not a problem. It would be more problematic if we had to give up on the other three goals. Well, Marie, that's what I wanted to say in a nutshell. Well, thank you very much for that brief introduction. So the question that we're addressing this morning, do we really have a choice about this? Well, I can see everyone waving their fans. It's quite funny. And I think that the answer is definitely no, we don't have a choice, especially when we talk about climate change and all those fans waving around. So with economic policy, we do always have choices, of course. And as I was saying, there's the choice of the status quo or negative growth. There's green growth, which Bruno Le Maire promotes, which brings me immediately to this very first question to open the debate. So are the words growth and green, can those two words go together? How can you put them together? And do we have any choice about this? Well, my answer is yes. And the answer to your first question, do we have a choice? I would say the answer to that is also no. So no, we do not have a choice here. It's an obligation. No, we cannot fail to speed up decarbonisation. Otherwise, it would just be impossible. I'm coming here to Aix. 5 years ago, we were hot in Aix. But today you have to absolutely have a fan. And in 5 years' time, it will be unbearable to be in this tent. So between life and death, you have to make a choice. If we want life, if we want a planet we can continue to live on, then obviously we have to change, we have to adopt the climate transition. So let's save time on that subject. How do we embark on green growth? Well, first of all, you have to have growth. That is the prerequisite. Anyone who's talking about negative growth, no, that's a dead end. No other country on the planet is choosing that, not China, not the United States, not the African countries, which need growth. We need growth. And with the French president, for 6 years now, we've succeeded in having that growth. There are many countries in recession in Europe. In France, we are in a growth phase. And we have managed, you have managed it, you the entrepreneurs, all of you youngsters, all of you businessmen and women, you've managed to have results which seem to be impossible for France. We are almost at full employment. We've got growth now where we used to know recession. Once again, we are opening up factories in a country which had destroyed 600 factories over the last 40 years. We've created 100,000 industrial jobs in a country which had wiped out 2 million industrial jobs. We have become the leading financial market in Europe. The city is no longer in London. The city is in Paris. Industry is relocating to France. And we are being very successful in doing what 40 years in the past hadn't been possible. So we are being reindustrialized. We're very attractive for foreign investors. So in Europe, I think you can give us a round of applause for that. So how can we continue? First of all, we have to set a long-term goal. The goal which we could set all together could be to make France the leading green economy in Europe by 2050. I am absolutely convinced, for geographical, demographic and other reasons, that France can be the leading economic green power in Europe by that time. However, we must be clear-minded about the conditions we need to reach that goal. Let's look at 4 points. We need to break some taboos. If today we are having results we can be all proud of, that is because with Macron we have broken some taboos. The President of the Republic and myself are the breakers of taboos. We broke the taboo about taxation on capital. No one dared touch it because they said it would be unfair. They're saying if you interrupt taxation in 2007, then by 2022 and 2023 you're going to have problems because there are going to be no factories without capital, and there's no capital if you've got a very punishing taxation. The European industrial policy. We saw with the former economic minister in Germany, who I pay tribute to, we imposed 4 years of a policy, industrial policy in Europe, and no one else wanted to hear about it all. No one wanted to talk about subsidies for industry. No one wanted to talk about tax credits to open factories. But we did not wait Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act to act with Germany and to say that we need an industrial policy. It's not the market on its own which is going to enable us to open factories. We need public aid, and we broke that taboo. We've also broken the taboo of apprenticeships. That was a kind of dead end also, but now it has become a pathway to excellence. And I think we have to continue in that very free spirit, that transgressive spirit, so that our economy can succeed as well as it possibly can. And I'm really happy to hear Patrick Artus. Patrick Artus has talked about targeting 2% for the inflation rate at the European Central Bank. I can't say that because I'm a political character and I don't want anyone criticizing what I'm saying, but if economists are opening that debate, as you have done, Patrick Artus, and Olivier Blanchard done the same, so why not talk about it? There's no taboo about that kind of transgression. A second condition, believing in science. We are a huge nation of scientists and other things. We cannot give way to those who talk about conspiracy theories. Science will enable us to win the battle. If in the future we have to have trains in temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees in temperature, then we're going to have to work on new materials so that the train tracks and the trains themselves will survive. If we want to decarbonize industry, we're going to have to use all electrolysis science at our disposal to know how that we can become greener. In France and in Europe, we have to be the main defenders of science, reason and knowledge in France, in Europe and in the world. It's the only way to win that battle of adapting to climate change. We also have to defend science because science will enable us at long last to gain productivity in a Europe which is slowing down. We're slowing down. It's not a fast train, it's a kind of old steamer. This artificial intelligence is going to help us for the first time in first times to become productive again, to be more efficient. So I am advocating that rather than regulating artificial intelligence to begin with, I think we should focus on innovation. We need to have open European AI within 5 years with all of the calculators and the algorithms and the scientists that we need. It is possible. Third condition, we've got to work hard. That is the less pleasant thing to hear. Bit simple, bit natural, but we really do have to get down to work. Patrick has given us the figures, you know them. The employment rate in France has been brought up to 68%, which isn't bad because we were really much lower than that. That's one of the big success stories of the French president's work. You know that when I look at myself, feel a bit sorry for myself, but when I look at other people and compare myself, then I'm perhaps not doing so bad. We don't want the opposite to be true. Because when we look at Germany, their employment rate is 60%, Netherlands 80% employment rate. So we have to fix the same objectives as them. In 1970, France was at 68% of an employment rate. 50% later, we're still at the same figure, the same rate. And if we take a look in detail, gentlemen and ladies, you will see that your employment rate has gone down by 10%. And if we've remained at 68%, it's simply because women are now working. So we have been saved by women.
So we have to raise the employment rate in the country. It will solve our problems of productivity and also our problems of public finance that I don't want to talk about today because I would ruin the mood of this meeting. Last condition, and I will be done after that one, we need money, and I'm turning to my neighbor on the left, who is, by the way, a really great guy. He's the only finance minister who talks about James Joyce. So thank you for being here, Pascal. So we need money, and I consider that the best way to find money today is not to raise new taxes, is not to have wealth tax, is to create the union of capital markets. So the startups who want to raise 100 million euros or €1 billion does not have to turn to the US, but can find that money in Europe in a market of unified capitals that Pascal Donoghue is going to do for us. Thank you to all of you. So I think, Pascal Donoghue, we're all turning naturally to you. All of this cannot be done only with Europe, with its momentum and its money. We know there's some contradictions within Europe, but how, after what Bruno Le Maire described, how do you make this growth sustainable, and what do we do to protect the sustainability of public finances, which is a topic that Patrick brought up as an introduction in a context where debt is degraded, where indebtedness has been degraded with all the many crises that have occurred. So this is your answer to Bruno Le Maire. So comment est-ce que je vais suivre Bruno? Alors, bon, moi, je m'excuse, je vais devoir m'exprimer en anglais aujourd'hui parce que je veux vraiment répondre de mon mieux à cette question très importante. La politique, il s'agit de choix. Si l'économie est la science de faire des décisions, la politique doit être également l'art de prendre des décisions, d'évaluer les compromis et de prendre des décisions et ensuite de faire des arguments.
Here in our tent. So please bear with me as I just introduce 3 figures that I hope will demonstrate the complexity of the decisions that we must make, but also how important they are. So the first figure is 17.2. The second figure is 1.1. And the third figure is 3.2. So the first figure, 17.2, is how hot the air in our world was on Thursday. And it is the warmest and hottest day since records began, probably meaning we had the warmest week since records began in our world. The second figure of 1.1 is the growth for the euro area for this year. And the third figure of 3.2 is the average level of borrowing across the euro area. And the complexity of the decision that we all have to make is the relationship between those 3 figures. How we can have a civilization and a world that is still safe for us, for our children in the time ahead, and how through managing economic policy, we can also deal with the economic challenges that have been identified so well by Bruno in his address to you. So I want to illustrate those challenges by also introducing to you a third E of sustainable growth. So each of my colleagues have talked about growth in terms of the first E of economy, the second E of the environment, and I want to introduce the third E of the electorate, which is how do you maintain public consent and support for really complex decisions in the time ahead. And I'm really convinced a big part of how we can do that is the fourth E, which is the role of Europe and the role of the European Union. So all this was brought to life to me very recently in a visit that I made to a secondary school in my constituency. Like Bruno, I'm very, very proud to be a politician. I spend every Friday in my constituency meeting the people who elect me. And as part of this, I quite regularly go to schools. And I was making a presentation about this theme, about the need to invest in our future, and also about the need to be safe in our public finances so we could deliver this investment. And a 15-year-old student was seated in the front row, just like our friends are here now. And he put his hand up, and the school that I was in was the secondary school that I went to. So I used to wear his school uniform. And he said to me, why should we be investing in tomorrow or thinking about safety tomorrow if my family and I can't get a home today? And it is that reconciliation of the challenges of today with the opportunities and needs of tomorrow that cuts to the heart of sustainability. About our environment, also about our economy, but also, for want of a better E, our electorate, how we can maintain support for it. And one of the reasons I'm so privileged to be here with you all today is to sit beside Bruno. Because not only is he a true leader of the economy of France in responding back to these challenges, he's also a leader of our efforts to do this in Europe. Not only leading our policy, but also leading our thinking about how to do this in the European Union. And just as he has led your economy to record levels of employment, to public finances that have become safer, and to growth that has recovered, he plays a pivotal role in doing this on your behalf within the European Union. So this leads then to the challenge about how we respond back to this concept of sustainable growth. And for me, it's not academic. For me, it's not an issue in a festival or even an issue that's abstract. For me, it's always about that young teenager in the school that I went to asking me about what is the balance between today and tomorrow. That's the balance. That's what it's about. And for me, there are a number of critical ways within which we need to do this. And I'll just pick out three. Growth, our public finances, and then how we invest in a greener future. So if I pick the first one about growth, what is so important for us, and I go back to the 1.1 that I mentioned earlier on, is it's not just the level of growth, it's also going to be the composition of that growth, the kind of growth. And that is why the work, for example, that is happening here in France, that I know Bruno is leading, in relation to a new green economy bill and thinking about the sustainable industries of tomorrow and the jobs that they can create is essential. Because part of the answer to the teenager that I serve is telling him that he will have a better job soon than is available to him at the moment. And a big part of that will be investing in greener growth. Secondly, it is also about safety in our public finances. It is about reducing the level of borrowing that we have. It is about bringing down our debt. And I know that it's difficult. I come from a country that experienced the real challenges of when you lose control of your ability to have safe public finances. I never want to see that happen again in Ireland. I certainly never want to see that happen in Europe. And that is why the work that we do within the Eurogroup to coordinate our budget policy, the debate that we are having on our fiscal rules, will be about safe public finances, but also how we invest in a better future tomorrow. And then the third part of it will then be your savings, your capital, your banks. We have such an investment need here within Europe, but we don't use European savings to invest in European jobs and European economic growth. And we need to change our capital markets, change how our banks work to make that happen. This is not particularly dramatic work. It's not the work that you will be chanting for us to deliver, but it's work that if we gradually do can be transformative in nature. And then I'll come back then to the final E then of Europe, because the reason why the European Union is so important in this is because it has the institutions, it has the institutions that make such a difference in the European Union, in its budget, Next Generation EU, the work of the European Commission, but also if we are all doing the same thing together, the mutual benefits that that delivers are so big because we coordinate our efforts. So the greener the French economy, the greener the Irish economy, the better chance that we have of accelerating our efforts together to become greener. So for me, the European Union, our institutions, the Commission, the European Investment Bank, have all such a vital role in reconciling those different elements of growth that I identified at the very, very start. So I'll just end on a note of acknowledgement of where we are. One of the many things I learned about this wonderful part of your country is that it is here in your community that Émile Zola and Paul Cézanne were friends. And as a very young reader and an appreciator of your art, I used to see Paul Cézanne as a great artist of nature, and I used to see Émile Zola as a great novelist about the impact of economic change on cities. And it's how we reconcile our nature and economic change that is at the heart of how we can do it. I know Zola and Cézanne, their friendship came to an end, but I'm very, very hopeful that through our efforts, we can make the optimistic case for a better relationship between those priorities within growth and ensure that in the future, we can have a better France, a better Europe, and a better Ireland. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup Pascal pour ce discours optimiste. Alors...
Thank you, Pascal, for this very optimistic speech. Of course, companies have a role to play in this, for this transition that is expected. It's a huge challenge. It is a very costly challenge for your companies. How do you, Ilham, how do you deal with this transformation? I'm very happy to be back in Next, even though it's, of course, hotter and hotter. It's very hard to speak after these three gentlemen. Patrick talked about the climate urgency, but the urgency of water, biodiversity, etc. Mr. Minister Bruno Le Maire, he praised the science and he praised women, so I like that. I'm a woman and I like science. And Mr. Donohoe really enjoyed
his call to the young, because we really need to embark the young ones in the way we approach research. I represent industry today on this panel, even chemical industry that represents between 6 and 9% of global, greenhouse emissions worldwide. It is, and I remember that when I moved from the US in 2019 to Europe, and I was managing the company Solvay, I was told, chemical industry is a polluter, that's the problem. Yes, of course, I'm doing my coming out again and again. We're part of the problem, we're also part of the solution. Without science, without chemistry, there's no electrical batteries, there's no green hydrogen, there's no connectivity, there is no depollution of the air, there is no clean water. So we need to find a new way to do science. 30 years ago, when I was working in science in my lab, in my chemistry lab, I was told to look at the specs, technical specs, and produce and innovate and discard, and then to calculate the life cycle. Today, it's a crime to talk about the end of life. Tonight I'm not going to throw away this dress, I'm going to wash it and reuse it. So I'm calling to the young ones, we need a new way to do chemistry. And carbon is not the enemy, it's the emissions that are the enemy. And us chemists, we're like good cooks. We take the ingredients that we have, that's the Mendeleev bill, and we make a good recipe with this. And you have this cleverness to do the recipe in a different way. We say that often necessity is the mother of innovation. You see what happened with COVID. We came up with a vaccine in less than 1 year. So we need this pressure. And Europe is under pressure, so we're not going to do it on our own. Yes, you're right, Marie. We need everyone. The industrial that we have recognize that there's a problem. We all joined the Paris Agreement. Solvay did it in 2019. And we're told that we're going to lose money, and it wasn't easy because we covered half of Paris since until 2019, and after that we doubled our return on capital. So it has to be sustainable and profitable at the same time. I believe in the 3 pillars, which is people, planet, profit. The planet, of course, is burning, so we need to take care of it. There's a sense of climate urgency, for sure. The IPCC came up with a report a few days ago saying that the Paris Agreement are not enough, and that we need to go, if we need to save the planet, we need the 1.5, and we only have 6 years to get to that number, so our kids can have access to a planet with a full potential, so they can live their life fully. So planet is important. We need to think about the diversity, biodiversity. We need to think about nature. And we know that the financial people, when we have capital, we don't use it. We don't use it down to zero. We save part of it. It's the same with nature. Nature doesn't send us a bill, but there's a bill to pay. And I am a scientist. I am an optimistic, and I'm a positive person. Like Jean Hervé, who sent me his book and said 2/3 salary, 1/3 profit. But I don't know if it's personal and if I'm unveiling something. But he said 2/3 optimism and 1/3 hope. I would rather say that we should have more than 1/3 of science. If you look at the story of humanity and the story of science, at Solvay we really enjoyed our conferences. There was Marie Curie, who was a French woman who received twice the Nobel Prize. And where we see all the Einstein, all the people who invented quantum physics and who created the scientific world and technological that we have today, I believe in this great scientific mind. Also, there has to be consistent between all the actors in the supply chain. I have to decarbonize Solvay, and it's going to cost a lot of money. We are going to invest 2 billion euros. 2 billion euros. It's a lot of money, but we have our suppliers and clients, and sometimes it's not only big companies, it's SMEs that need to be taken on board because they won't do it without us. And this Russian crisis that made us understand that we're living on Russian gas that was not too expensive has shaken us up. And we are getting there with a cost and an inflation that Patrick mentioned, but we need things to get back to normal. We need to find new options that are renewable energies. And in our industry, we are agnostic in terms of energy. We take everything. We take offshore, we take solar, we take biomass. So we take it all. It has to be competitive. It has to be 24/7. In my plants, there's no such a thing as intermittent energy. We cannot close down one day a year. We need this energy all the time. So we need our suppliers. That's what we call scope 3. We need the clients, because at some point the cost problem is going to be there. Who's going to pay for this? And how are we going to share the cost? So this need of the value chain is very important. And the last thing is we need to have a regulator and the politics to help us, to support us. At Solvay, we are taxing ourselves internally. We have a carbon price. Like in Europe, when we are pushed at 50 euros a ton, when it was at 25 in 2021, we ramped up to 100 when it was 50 in Europe. So there's no federal carbon price in the US. In China, we're told that it was high. Even internally, our managers told us we're making a mistake. But we launched it, and we don't regret it today, because this internal carbon tax allows us to reinvest in our own projects that are green. Last year, we did 1 billion investment, and all these projects are sustainable. So the last one is people.
Let's leave nobody behind. That's what Bruno Le Maire said. So you have to look at the end of the month rather than the end of the world. 40% of our employees are happy. There are many Europeans who need to be upskilled, reskilled by 2030. We've got digital technologies, AI, ChatGPT, which are all revolutionizing many professions. And so we're going to have to be aware of the fact that we have a social role to play, first and foremost. And I want to save the planet, because human beings live on the planet. We love human beings at our company. And I think industry has a role to play here, not on its own. We need the public and private partners as well. We need systems that are sustainable in terms of ecology. They need to be inclusive and also profitable. Thank you very much, Ilham Kadri. So, Philippe, the Banque Postale, what is your view of this energy transition? Well, thank you very much, Marie. Hello, everybody. The theme of our panel, sustainable growth, do we have a choice? Well, Patrick said that, no, there's just no discussion about it. I would say that this is a subject which is being discussed. Let me give you an example. Last week, we organized at La Banque Postale an annual event. We had business leaders, economists, we had representatives of NGOs, and for 4 hours, the moderator of Facebook blocked the re-streaming of our event. They deemed that we were talking about sustainable growth and how to adapt to the ecological transition. They thought it was a subject which was not acceptable. Just to let you know that, as the minister was saying, we have to combat all of these people who want to keep us in the dark. Yes, this sustainable growth, we don't have any choice in the matter, no. We need to leave a planet to our children that they can actually live on. We need to face up to the fragmentation that is induced by the degradation to the planet. And faced with that, we have to redirect our growth model. To do this, we have to define a framework for our actions, and then we have to trigger our different levers. There are 3 items in this framework for action that I'd like to point out. First of all, note that the growth paradigm is no longer sustainable because we have a view of globalization which we need to address. There's a debate whereby we have to realize what we have done. For 40 years now, with the speeding up of China working at the World Trade Organization, production's gone up in China. At one time, we were quite satisfied by this because we would repatriate our purchasing power, but that induced a loss of industrial jobs. which Minister Bruno Le Maire talked about, all of the jobs that have disappeared. And at La Banque Postale, we are located in different regions. We're tied up with all the local councils, etc. We've helped 20 million clients. We see that the regions are becoming deserted. So yes, things are becoming more complicated. We've got 3 fields of action. We have to attenuate the situation, we have to adapt, and we also have to have cohesion. So to attenuate the situation, we have national goals. We have to reduce by 50% our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 89. We're halfway along that road. We're at halfway point, but in 33 years, it's taken us to do it 33 years, and now we've only got 7 years left. So we have to bring it down by 5%. We've not managed to do that because of COVID. So you can see what this means. Thanks to our frugality efforts, given the Ukrainian crisis, then we've managed to bring the figure down a lot. But this effort has been made, and it was a huge effort. And what RTE is saying is that if we add all of our needs for electrification between now and 35, it's 10 terawatts that we're going to have to add by 2035. That means a nuclear plant per year. So you see the needs that we do there. So adaptation, the 1.5 degrees has not yet been won. As the minister said, we need to adapt our infrastructures, and we need a railway network that can function in a heat wave. And that's going to be problematic if we're going to have to replace domestic flights by train travel. So we need to adapt heavily. We also need a lot of cohesion. As a bank, the Banque Postale, we have 20 million clients, and often they are very underprivileged. We carried out a survey with a think tank, and just I'll tell you the results quickly. The double-pronged trouble of being poor. Those who are most fragile today live in the smallest housing units. Their insurance is the most expensive, and they use cars which are really ancient and with very high insurance, which consume a lot of petrol. And we see that in this transition, great efforts of cohesion are going to have to be made to make sure that we remain a community, that we stay together. We're going to have to act now. We're going to have to tackle another thing. We have to trigger these levers for mobility. And I really do believe that in France, we have programmed our efforts. We've got a Secretary General is in charge of this programmation, but the Prime Minister has given us a framework. Half will be businesses, a quarter local councils, and a quarter individuals. And let me finish with a point dear to my heart. This is a cooperative framework, and this isn't intuitive. All of the players have to get on. We have to add all of our efforts together. And there's a testimonial from the financial sector, which is quite different. Brings me back to where I started. The financial sector is structured in alliances. We've got banks, asset managers, insurance companies. And these alliances work together on a certain trajectory with certain policies, with certain resources. And 2 months ago, our insurance colleagues received letters from America saying that that there was a tricky thing to do. It's a very difficult road to travel. Let me just finish. I don't want to finish by stressing everybody out, because there are youngsters in this room and they will notice that there are many things to worry about. But to get out of this anxiousness, I think the most important thing is to start acting. Thank you very much, Philippe. I can see Bruno Le Maire would like to answer that, but before that, I'm going to ask you a question before everybody forgets about this one. Once we've said all of these, everyone seems to notify these roles which are being defined in the transition. So how do you reconcile all that with the emergency of the situation and the pace of deploying economic policies? And that pace is far too slow for the urgency that we're facing right now. And we have several things which are very, very urgent to be, many, many fires that need to be put out all at the same time. So how do you go about that? Well, yes, that is a challenge, but let me come back to what Philippe was saying. Yes, I am a good politician. I never answer the question that's been put to me, but I will come back to it at the end. But Philippe said something which is very, very important. So is our goal of speeding up this climate transition, is it a shared ambition? And here, Aix is the most beautiful city in the world, as we know. So let's imagine leaving Aix and let's think forward and travel to China, to Beijing, or to Riyadh, for example, or to Washington or New York. And let's try and imagine a discussion with the Saudi pension fund, an investment fund in China, or the major investment funds in the United States. All of those parties that fund the planet. So are they more committed today than they were in the past to speed up the climate transition, or less committed? Let me give you the answer. A lot less committed. And I think we have to take stock of our historical responsibility here in Europe to defend this climate transition model at a time where, if we are clear-headed about this, it is being called into question. And if we look back into history, what has Europe brought to the world above and beyond culture, art, etc., which are very, very important in everyone's eyes, and Aix is a perfect example of that. At the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, Europe contributed a new business model by creating a social model based on solidarity. It was Bismarck, for example, it was the French model. So for 1 century, we have created a social model that does not exist in China or in the United States or on any other continent. And we constructed our economy as an economy based in justice and redistribution. And I believe that we should once again have those same ambitions for the coming decades. And we should say that France and Europe, the European continent, will be the continent that will offer a sustainable economic development model to the rest of the planet. That must be our joint goal, to offer a sustainable model that reconciles climate and growth. And for it to work, this model has to be sustainable. We don't want to be seen as the idiots of the planet who managed to defend their ideals, but which collapsed in economic terms, which had no prosperity and could not guarantee a worthy life to all of our citizens. So what, or how do we manage to rise to this ambition? And that brings me, Marie, back to your question. I think that all in all, and I echo what Ilham has said, I think we have to put imagination in the seat of power. We need to tackle problems differently, look at the world differently. Our daily life, the way we use these clothes that we throw away so readily, how we use water and industrial processes, which mean that we can issue or emit less carbon in industry. Let me quote an example. We've got the Solvay site in Dombasle, which makes bicarbonate of soda, and for decades has bought coal from Russia, but now is using biomass and waste which comes from local towns and cities. So well done, Ilham, for that great step forward. So that is the first thing. We have to keep at the cutting edge of innovation, science and imagination, as I've already said. Secondly, we need to invest quickly, massively. And yes, we have to transgress a little bit, so let's not just systematically bump up taxes. No, that's not a way of financing this transition. I believe in using our savings and private investment as well. Third condition, innovate, invest. We also need to encourage, and I echo what Philippe said again, if we're encouraging, we also have to help, and moving quickly doesn't mean doing any old thing. Otherwise, we trip over very, very quickly. And you know a story I like very much by Voltaire, who had to dash over to Paris and leave his home in Switzerland. The coach driver understood that they had to go as quickly as possible to Paris. And so he went off on the road, went too fast. The carriage almost toppled over. Voltaire leans out the window and says to the coach driver, "Slow down, sir, I am in a hurry." And I think the same thing applies to climate change. We have to pay attention to accompany all of those who are going to have to physically go through this transition. I would say that we shift from a brown to a green tax system. But if we do this, we're going to have to explain to all of the small PMEs, etc., and public works companies that for years have had tax incentives. The GNR is called here in France. We have to explain to them that they are going to pay, that they pay less for their fuel than the common population do. We have to explain to the farmers who get cheap petrol the same thing. And we're going to have to put an end to that, but we can't do it overnight. You can't just slip one budget in for another one overnight. You have to have visibility. People have to have enough time to go quickly and to be successful in that ecological transition. To do that, we need to take the necessary time to help and support businesses and homes. Encouraging means also being able to transgress on subjects that we have put in place for many, many years, but need to be changed now. Let me give you another example. If we want to support a green industry as quickly as possible in France, we have to reserve bonuses, tax advantages for national or European production. I think we have to shout out clear and wide that we prefer industrial production that is green in Europe, and not have bonuses for electric cars, whether they be built here or elsewhere. We have to focus on Europe and France. That's what we're doing from 2024. You are spending 1 billion euros in bonuses for electric cars every year. 70% of that is going to factories which are outside Europe. So you, taxpayers in France, are not meant to be financing the development of car factories in China. And we have to be transgressive about this. We have to say it clear and loud, and we have to prefer Europe. So that is my conviction, Barry. Going quickly does not mean doing any old thing. Going quickly does not mean erasing the values of homes and industries. It means being imaginative, and imagination is the only way to win this climate battle. Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, we have to take our time and do things properly. But to Pascal Donohoe, I'd like to turn to you again and play devil's advocate. So does that not mean Europe is a bit too kind of heavy with all of the papers and all the technocracy and everything? You've mentioned that competition in Europe. Will it be able to withstand all of the rest of it?
I am convinced that Europe can rise to this challenge. I'm very conscious the session's coming to an end. We have other speakers who want to come in, so I'm going to make 3 points. Firstly, such is the scale of our challenge, I believe pessimism is irresponsible. And I make that case to you because every small change that we can make in our economies, in our societies, in the performance of Europe, if we make small changes quickly, country by country, business by business, citizen by citizen, the compounding of all of that can make a difference. And I'm deeply aware that the growing anxiety, the growing sense of existential dread regarding what climate could mean in the future, at times can be a cause of fatigue for acting now. But that is why Europe is so important, because by acting together, we can make a difference collectively. My second point is to underscore what each of my colleagues to my left have said here, that it is partnership between the public and private sector, also here in Europe, through having a legal and policy framework that incentivizes that collaboration, can be at the heart of how Europe can do something differently, just as we have done in our past. And finally, with regard to what's happening in China, what's happening in America, ultimately, as important as subsidies are, and as important as competitive tax policies are, that they can't be all of the answer. Because what we're also trying to do is respond back to the other challenge regarding how our public finances over time can also be more sustainable. And that is why the policy decisions we make, the legal decisions we make, and the impact they have on our competitiveness is something we need to have renewed focus on. And I believe in particular, our Commission has a role and responsibility to play with regard to that. But I do want to end on a note of cautious optimism. Europe has shown in the past, France has shown, Ireland has shown our ability to respond back to challenges that at times look intractable. And the fanning of fans here in front of me, and the certainty that more of you will be doing that in the future, is a reminder of the need to act.
Merci Pascal. Alors, peut-être pour un peu.
Thank you, Pascal. Ilham, if we want to talk about a few concrete things, you told us what you're doing to get on with this transition at Solvay. This turn, very concretely, what do you have any recipes, any tricks that could be interesting for everyone? How do you make that move, the transition move that would... Mr. Le Maire said it, it's a transition, and sometimes you have to go slowly to go faster, because if you go too fast, you're going to go there alone. It's better to get a lot of people on board within your company or within the supply chain, the suppliers and clients. And at Solvay, it was quite interesting, and I'm going to tell you that story. When I arrived in 2019, we're not aligned with the Paris Agreement. Would cut in half about what Paris agreements asked us to do. So I remember the game of Apollo 13, bring people back on Earth. So we have a lot of know-how. We're a company of 160-year-old, and they came back with some projects. But they told me, Ilham, just do only one-time Paris. It's going to be costly, and it's going to impact our profit negatively. So to make it short, 4 years down the road, we have 59 projects today on decarbonization of our industry, of our assets. We have about 100 plants in the world, and it's not only in Europe, it's America as well, with the largest windmill farms in the US. We have a lot of PV panels as well that decarbonize the polymers that go into the electronics, for example. So that's good, because the clients were prepared to help us and pay for the product. So these 59 projects represent, it allowed us to suppress 200 cars per year. We need to do 3 times more, and we don't know exactly how to get to carbon neutrality. So I committed in the name of the company. It's very good that all the CEOs and men and women, we get committed for our predecessors, because in 2040, 2050, I won't be here anymore. I will be retired and I'll be happy doing something else. But if you take that commitment and that the board of the company takes that commitment, it's a solemn moment. It's a moment where you tell yourself, are we serious for the people who are going to come after us? Yes, it's the 2 billion for a company like Solvay. We calculated the cost. It costs a lot of money, but the cost of not doing it is higher than the cost of doing it. So that's our reason for being. That's our belief. And we won't be able to do it alone. We need the whole supply chain. We need the value chain. We need the local authorities. What we've done with the partnership with Veolia, we're going to build the biggest heater ever built in France, or maybe in Europe, that will use waste, that will recycle. We will recycle your garbage. And if we use your garbage, they're not called waste anymore. That's called circular economy. So it's 9% of our sales. It's circular economy, and we need to do it 4 times or 5 times more than that. So it's a call for action. It's a call for collaboration. We need to collaborate throughout the value chain. I also chair a non-profit. We have 30 companies. We work on what we call the Scope 3. We need to have an end-to-end terminology with clients and suppliers. We need an energy that is affordable 24/7. We're really agnostic. Solar, biomass, any form of energy. Nuclear, yes.
We're building our own small nuclear reactor in the US to decarbonize, and we also need a change of behavior, and we need that there are humans managing all that with a very scientific focus, because science, I've always said that what is not possible tomorrow may be possible the day after tomorrow. Sorry, I made a mistake. What was not possible yesterday may be possible tomorrow. And that gives me a lot of hope. Philippe Ilham explains it very well. We need to embark everyone on the project, clients, suppliers, stakeholders. How do you manage to embark populations, regions, when it requires a lot of efforts for them? You see that every day. Thank you, Marie. It's a very important question. And I can also tell you the testimony of the Banque Postale, who is the first donor for local collectivities, authority collectivities. The cost of action is way higher than the cost of inaction. Disorganized transition is 15 points on our GNP, so we need to act. The regions have a key role to play because it's really the meshing of the country, the relevant meshing on the ground to build the projects. The financial needs are huge. We have estimated that by 2030, which probably increased annual investment from 6 to 12%. To give you a very clear explanation of the needs, very concrete explanation, we have a system of water reduction that covers 1 million kilometers. I don't know if you know 1 million kilometers in France. At one point, at the time when we have drought on all our territories, we have 20% of the water capacity. That's just an illustration. So that covers 20% of the water supply. What I wanted to say is that there are needs to help the regions, the banking sector, and I'm speaking in front of Eric Bompard from the Caisse des Dépôts. We can associate some financing instruments. We could do financing over 30 years, 40 years. So what's going on? What's happening now? What's happening is we don't have enough projects. That sounds like a paradox. We have a sense of urgency, but at the same time, the financiers don't have enough projects to finance the regional projects or the company projects. And it's to the point that today our supervisors, the ECB, are worried about a speculation bubble. If there's some, managers or representatives of local authorities in the room, please come up to me because it is very important. The action is very important, and regions have a really important role to play. How can we support them? I have a minute left. So, for us as financial actors is to create value. Value is not just a dividend, a social dividend. Value means how we're going to support this transition. We work today on an approach that is going from the yield return yield and risk, and we want to go from yield, risk, impact. That's what we want to do. To make it very concrete, for example, we launched a mortgage with impact this week. It's very important to us to measure the energy yield of a property, to measure if that property finances probably people who are owning a home for the first time. It also contributes to the environment. There's a whole scheme of value that will be very relevant on how we work with regions, companies, and private individuals. Thank you, Philippe. Mr. Minister, dear Bruno, a lot have been said. A lot of fascinating things have been said. You have the last minute to conclude. I cannot conclude on this subject. First of all, I would like to thank each of the speakers for the quality of their speech. And I would like to turn to all of those who are not convinced, those who believe that climate change is a secondary challenge. There are many of those in France and Europe. I would like to tell these people what Ilham and Philippe said very well. We cannot afford not to address climate change. It is completely ridiculous. It will cost us a fortune to repair the consequences of climate change. It will cost us a fortune to pay a bonus, an insurance premium for houses that will not be able to be insured tomorrow on the French territory, as in the departments, outside of France, the regions of. You have millions of homes today that are threatened by all these issues. Your house is cracking up. Nobody will want to insure it anymore. All those houses also that are built near the ocean, they won't be able to be insured any longer. So we cannot afford not to act. I hope there are many people convinced in the room. It depends on you. We, the states, the public policies, we commit to give you the best possible framework to be a great nation of green production. But then imagination, creation, investment, opening up plans, creation of these startups that will invent new processes that will disrupt what we have now. It is up to you. I am very enthusiastic for the climate. You have to be 100 times enthusiastic as your political representatives. It is with enthusiasm that we'll be able to disrupt and change things and leave a better planet for the world. I have 4 children. I know many of you have children in the room. We all have the same desire. When we retire, as Ilham said, it will happen one day, but it will happen at some point. We all want the air that we breathe is pure. We all want that our children don't get sick from asthma as it is happening today. We all hope that they will be able to see the glaciers and will know what it is. We all want them to be able to swim in the sea without having plastic pollution every time they swim in the sea. We all want that they can breathe normally. And we all want as well that they get better health care, that they have access to innovative medicine, that they can travel, that they can have access to culture, keep a level of prosperity that is high. This is that challenge that is up to us and that the future of our children depend on. So be enthusiastic, fight for the climate, imagine, invent new solutions. This is the way we'll leave a better world. Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone to participate in this roundtable. Very good. I wish you a very good rest of the day.